The Handshake.
The assignment in which a greeting analyst receives the most peculiar posting of his career. I have cataloged the greeting behaviors of 31 species across 14 administrative sectors. I say this not as boast but as context, because what I am about to describe should have been simple. Greetings are, by their nature, among the most predictable social behaviors any species exhibits. They are performed thousands of times across a lifetime. They calcify into ritual. They become as automatic as respiration. The hegemony understood this long before I joined the Diplomatic Protocol Division. When we first began integrating non-founding species into the administrative framework, the Council of Cultural Accommodation recognized that greetings posed a particular challenge. The Velthani bow at 17 degrees and find lesser angles insulting. The Crethian emit a subsonic pulse that registers as nausea in 4 other species. The Morvathi extrude a thin membrane of greeting mucus that, while culturally significant, posed obvious hygiene complications in shared administrative spaces. The solution was elegant. Standard Diplomatic Greeting Protocol, or SDGP, established a universal framework, verbal acknowledgement at a species-appropriate distance, calibrated to the comfort threshold of the most spatially sensitive participant. No physical contact, no biochemical exchange, no postural requirements beyond facing the acknowledged party. 30 species adopted SDGP within 2 administrative cycles. It was, by any measure, one of the hegemony's quiet triumphs. Then I was assigned to Reconstruction Zone 9. My supervisor, Division Lead Karthani, delivered the briefing with the particular expression she reserves for assignments she considers beneath her attention, but above her tolerance for complications. "The humans have been in Zone 9 for 11 standard months," she said, her secondary eyes narrowing in what I had learned to interpret as administrative fatigue. They were among the first volunteer species for reconstruction work after the Palax devastation. Their technical contributions have been, she paused, consulting her data tablet, described as extraordinary by the Engineering Assessment Board. I waited. Karthani did not typically preface simple assignments with praise for the subject species. However, she continued, and there it was, their diplomatic greeting behaviors remain uncatalogued. 3 analysts have attempted the work. The first submitted a report so riddled with contradictions that verification flagged it as potentially falsified. The second requested transfer after 9 days. The third is still technically assigned but has not filed an update in 40 days. She set the tablet down. "You are my best analyst, Keltorin. I need a clean catalog. Verbal greetings, spatial parameters, temporal markers, contextual variations. Standard taxonomy. You should have it complete within 15 days. I accepted the assignment with confidence. I had cataloged the Genthari, whose greetings change based on the gravitational pull of their home moon. I had documented the Sivren, who greet differently depending on which of their 17 genders they are currently expressing. Humans, I thought, could not possibly be more complex. I was not wrong about the complexity. I was wrong about what it meant. Reconstruction Zone 9 occupied what had been a Palax agricultural world before the devastation reduced it to mineral dust and silence. The humans had been brought in for their expertise in atmospheric reconstitution, a field in which they had, improbably, become galactic leaders after spending centuries contaminating, and then painstakingly repairing their own atmosphere. My transport set down on an administrative platform overlooking the primary reconstruction site. Even from above, the scale of the work was impressive. Vast atmospheric processors hummed against the pale sky, their output already threading thin clouds across what had been vacuum-scoured emptiness 2 years prior. A human was waiting on the platform. She was shorter than the species average, with dark hair cut close to her skull and hands. I noticed even then that were never still. She carried no data tablet. She wore no diplomatic sash. "You must be the new greeting guy," she said, and smiled, another behavior I would need to catalog, the involuntary exposure of teeth as a signal of welcome rather than threat. "I'm Commander Reyes. Elena. They told me you were coming." She extended her hand toward me. I stepped back to SDGP-appropriate distance and performed the standard verbal acknowledgement. "I am Senior Greeting Analyst Keltorin of the Diplomatic Protocol Division. I acknowledge your presence and extend professional regard." Commander Reyes held her hand in the air for a moment, then let it drop. The smile did not disappear, but it changed, softened into something I did not yet have taxonomy for. "Right," she said. "Welcome to Zone 9.
The Catalog of Confusion,
in which every attempt at classification reveals a deeper disorder." On my first full day, I positioned myself at Observation Post 7, which overlooked the main concourse where human workers gathered before shift assignments. I activated my recording suite and prepared a fresh taxonomy grid. Within 1 hour, I had documented 47 distinct greeting interactions. Within 2 hours, I had abandoned my first 3 classification systems. The problem was not variety. I had handled variety before. The problem was that the variations appeared to encode meaning, but the encoding shifted between every pair of individuals. 2 humans I designated subject pair alpha greeted each other with a firm clasp of right hands, pumped twice, released. I recorded, hand clasp bilateral double pump right hand dominant. Duration, 3 seconds. Those same 2 humans 6 hours later greeted each other with a single upward motion of the chin. No physical contact, no verbal component. Duration, approximately 4 seconds. Same individuals, same location, same apparent social context, entirely different greeting. I observed a tall human called Okafor greet 3 different colleagues in 3 different ways within a span of 90 seconds. The first received a hand clasp, but this one was accompanied by a grasping of the forearm with the opposite hand, creating a double contact configuration I had not yet documented. The second received a closed fist impact against their own closed fist, a gesture so reminiscent of combat initiation that I nearly activated my emergency protocol. The third, a younger human who appeared to be a junior technician, received a flat-palmed impact against the upper back that produced an audible percussive sound. None of these individuals appeared injured or offended. All of them were smiling. By day 4, my taxonomy grid contained over 300 entries and no coherent structure. I had identified what I believed were at least 12 primary greeting categories, but the boundaries between them were permeable in ways that defied systematic analysis. The handclasp alone had 17 documented variations. There was the brief professional clasp, rapid, firm, 2 pumps, immediate release. There was what I came to think of as the sustained clasp, held for several seconds while verbal exchange occurred, as though the physical connection served as a channel for the conversation itself. There was the clasp hand pull, which drew the 2 parties closer together, sometimes transitioning into a full bilateral embrace. The embrace. I must discuss the embrace. Multiple humans pressing their bodies together, arms wrapped around each other's torsos, heads positioned beside each other's heads, sometimes brief, sometimes lasting many seconds, sometimes accompanied by rhythmic compression, a patting motion applied to the back, and sometimes by the application of one human's face against the other's neck or shoulder. I observed Commander Reyes embrace a colleague who had returned from a 20-day off-site assignment. The embrace lasted 11 seconds. When they separated, the colleague's eyes were producing moisture, tears. The humans call them, and Reyes was gripping both of the colleague's shoulders while saying, "It's good to have you back. It's really good." I noted this as embrace, full bilateral, sustained 11s with post-embrace shoulder grip and emotional moisture response. Context: reunion after extended separation. I was describing the behavior accurately. I was not understanding it at all. On day 6, I requested a formal interview with Commander Reyes. She agreed, and we met in meeting room C, a small space with a table between us and a window overlooking the atmospheric processors. "I need to understand the protocol," I said. "There must be a protocol. Every species has a protocol." Reyes leaned back in her chair. She had a way of occupying space that I found difficult to categorize, relaxed but attentive, informal but not careless. "There isn't a protocol," she said. "Not the way you mean." "Then how do you determine the appropriate greeting for a given interaction?" She was quiet for a moment. "You just know, you read the person, you read the situation, you feel what's right." "You feel," I repeated, making a note. "Look," she said, leaning forward now, "when I shake someone's hand, I'm not following a manual. She paused, searching for words. "I'm telling them something, with my body. I'm saying, I see you. I'm here. I'm not a threat. I'm present." You could say those things verbally. The SDGP framework provides standardized language for exactly those sentiments. "Yeah," she said, and something in her voice shifted, not disagreement, but a kind of gentle patience. "But saying it isn't the same as showing it. Words are easy. Anyone can say words. When I take your hand," she extended hers across the table, palm up, then withdrew it, remembering my earlier reaction. "When humans take each other's hands, we're putting ourselves in contact. Skin to skin. We can feel the other person's temperature, their pulse, whether their hand is steady or trembling. You can't fake that. You can't fake a heartbeat."
The agreement.
In which a handshake carries more weight than any contract. On day 9, I was permitted to observe the conclusion of the Zone 9 Atmospheric Reconstruction Partnership negotiations. The agreement had been in development for 3 standard months and represented a commitment of significant resources from both human and Palax contingents. The formal assembly chamber had been arranged according to standard hegemony diplomatic layout, 2 delegations facing each other across a ceremonial distance of 4 meters, with the agreement text displayed on a shared holographic projector between them. The Palax delegation was led by Regional Administrator Chethorin, a senior official whose species expressed formality through the careful arrangement of their cranial plating. Each plate was polished to a reflective finish, and they were arranged in the configuration of binding accord. I recognized it from my training materials. Commander Reyes led the human delegation. She was wearing what I had been told was a dress uniform, a darker, more structured version of her usual clothing, with small metallic designations on her collar. Her hands, I noticed, were clasped behind her back, but they were not still. Her fingers worked against each other in small, restless movements. The agreement terms were read aloud by a hegemony mediator. Both parties had already approved the language. This was ceremony, the formal moment of commitment. When the reading concluded, Regional Administrator Chethorin performed the Palax binding accord gesture, a slow inclination of the cranial plates, held for precisely 3 seconds, accompanied by a harmonic vocalization that translated roughly as, "I commit the weight of my station." It was elegant. It was sufficient. By every standard of hegemony diplomatic protocol, the agreement was now sealed. Then Commander Reyes stepped forward. She crossed the ceremonial distance, 4 meters reduced to 1 in 5 steady steps, and extended her right hand toward Regional Administrator Chethorin. The chamber went very quiet. I had seen Palax express discomfort before. The cranial plates shift, become asymmetric, lose their careful arrangement. Chethorin's plates did not shift. Instead, they held perfectly still, which, I realized, was its own form of alarm. "Commander Reyes," the hegemony mediator began, "the agreement has been formally—" "I know," Reyes said. Her voice was steady and she did not withdraw her hand. She looked at Chethorin directly. "Administrator, among my people, when we make a promise this important, we seal it like this. Hand to hand. It means I'm giving you my word, not just the words on that document, but my word. Personally. If this agreement fails, you can find me, take my hand again, and ask me why." Chethorin studied her hand. The moment stretched. Then slowly the Palax administrator extended one of their grasping appendages and placed it against Reyes's palm. The contact was uncertain. Palax physiology was not designed for human-style grip, but Reyes adjusted, closing her fingers gently around the appendage. She shook once, held for a moment, released. "Thank you," she said.
Yep.
I watched Chethorin's cranial plates resettle, not into the configuration of binding a cord, which was formal and practiced, but into an arrangement I had never documented. It took me several minutes to identify it from my reference materials. It was the configuration of unexpected trust. I found Commander Reyes in the corridor afterward. She was leaning against the wall, eyes closed, and for a moment I thought she might be unwell. But when she heard my approach, she opened her eyes and gave me that small, unreadable smile. "You crossed the ceremonial distance," I said. "I did. You initiated unauthorized physical contact with a foreign diplomatic official during a formal binding ceremony. I did that too. I consulted my notes, though I did not need them." "Why?" Reyes straightened. She looked at her right hand, the hand that had gripped Chethorin's appendage, and flexed the fingers slowly. "Because a contract is paper," she said. "Or light or data, whatever. It's a thing that exists outside of us. But a handshake," she held up her hand. "When I shook Chethorin's hand, something happened that can't be filed or archived or displayed on a holographic projector. We touched. We felt each other. For that one moment, the agreement wasn't between the Human Reconstruction Corps and the Palax Regional Authority. It was between me and them, person to person. And that matters more than anything else in that room."
The field study.
In which meaning is found in the pressure of a palm. I abandoned my taxonomy grid on day 11. It was not a decision I made lightly. I had never failed to produce a classification system, and the blank spaces in my report felt like a professional wound. But the grid was the wrong tool. I had been trying to catalog the shape of human greetings when I should have been studying what flowed through them. I returned to the concourse with new eyes. I watched 2 engineers named Priya and Thomas meet at the beginning of their shift. Thomas extended his hand. Priya took it, but she did not shake it. She held it still for 3 full seconds, studying his face. Then she said, "You look tired. Rough night." And he laughed and said, "The atmospheric cyclers kept me up. I'm fine." She squeezed his hand once before releasing. The handshake, if I could even call it that, had contained a question, an assessment, a moment of concern, and a reassurance, all in 3 seconds of skin contact. I watched a new arrival to Zone 9, a geologist named Marcos, introduced to the reconstruction team. He shook hands with each person in sequence. But I noticed something I would have missed before. Each handshake was slightly different. With the senior engineers, his grip was firm, direct, brief, professional respect. With the younger technicians, it was softer, accompanied by a slight forward lean and a warmer smile, welcome, encouragement. With Commander Reyes, it was the firmest of all, held a beat longer, his eyes steady on hers, a promise to take the work seriously. He had communicated his entire relationship to the group through the pressure and duration of palm contact. No words could have done it so efficiently or so honestly. On day 13, I witnessed something that finally completed my understanding. A supply transport had arrived carrying medical equipment for the Zone 9 clinic. The transport pilot was human, an older woman with weathered skin and careful movements. She had been making the Zone 9 run for several months, but this would be her last delivery. She was retiring from the transport service. The reconstruction workers gathered to see her off. They formed an informal line, not organized, not ceremonial, just a natural clustering of bodies near the transport platform. And one by one they shook her hand. Each handshake was unique. Some were brief and professional. Some were lingering, held with both hands, the second hand coming up to enclose the pilot's fingers completely. One young technician shook her hand and then did not release it, but used the connection to pull her into an embrace. The pilot, her name was Vasquez, I learned, responded to each one differently. She matched their grip. She adjusted her pressure to theirs. When someone held on longer, she held on longer. When someone pulled her closer, she moved closer. It took nearly 20 minutes for her to work through the group. By the end, her eyes were bright with unshed moisture, and she was laughing and crying in the way humans sometimes do, where the two emotions become indistinguishable. I understood then. Every handshake was a conversation. Every grip and release was a sentence. The pressure said, "I will remember you." The duration said, "You mattered here." And the warmth, the irreducible warmth of human skin against human skin, said something that had no translation in any language in my database. You are not alone. On the evening of day 14, I sat in my quarters and composed my report. I had been given 15 days. I would need only 14, not because the work was simple, but because I had finally understood what my predecessors had not. The assignment itself was based on a false premise. I wrote to Division Lead Carthani, Diplomatic Protocol Division. Greeting Behavior Catalog, Humans, Reconstruction Zone 9. After 14 days of intensive field observation, I must report that a standard greeting catalog for the human species cannot be produced. This is not a failure of methodology or effort. It is a fundamental incompatibility between the SDGP framework and the nature of human greeting behavior. Human greetings are not protocols. They are not rituals that can be standardized, calibrated, or reduced to taxonomic categories. They are living exchanges, unique to each pair of individuals, each moment, each emotional context. They encode trust, concern, respect, affection, grief, joy, and a dozen other states I lack vocabulary for, all through variations in physical contact that are too subtle and too contextual for any classification grid to capture. The SDGP system assumes that greetings are a problem to be solved, a source of potential friction between species that can be eliminated through standardization. For 30 species, this assumption has held. For humans, it does not. For humans, the greeting is not friction. It is the point. I paused. I read what I had written. Then I added recommendation. Exempt human greeting behaviors from SDGP standardization. Not because they cannot be cataloged, but because cataloging them would require removing the very quality that makes them function. Their spontaneity, their individuality, their insistence on real contact between real bodies. Humans do not greet each other to satisfy protocol. They greet each other to confirm that the other person is present, alive, and valued. They do this through touch because touch cannot be faked, cannot be performed at a distance, cannot be delegated to a subordinate or automated by a system. When a human extends their hand to you, they are not following a procedure. They are offering you something, a moment of genuine vulnerability, freely given in the hope that you will meet it with your own.
The reach.
In which a hand is extended across more than empty air. My transport was scheduled for midday on day 15. I had already transmitted my report and received a terse acknowledgement from Division Lead Carthani that suggested she had not yet read it. When she did, I suspected there would be questions, possibly a review of my methodology, possibly a notation in my personnel file. I found that I did not mind. The morning was clear, or as clear as a reconstructed atmosphere could manage. The sky a pale lavender that the human engineers said would deepen to blue within the decade. The atmospheric processors hummed their constant, patient rhythm, stitching molecules together overhead. Below the platform, the reconstruction site was already alive with movement, humans and Palax, and a handful of other species working side by side in the thin new air. I had packed my observation equipment and formatted my data drives. Everything was in order. There was no reason to linger on the platform. I lingered anyway. Commander Reyes arrived 12 minutes before my transport. She was not in her dress uniform, just the standard work clothes, sleeves pushed up, hands carrying 2 sealed containers of the dark, bitter liquid humans called coffee. "Figured you might want one for the road," she said, offering me a container. "I don't actually know if your species can drink coffee. I probably should have asked that before now." "We cannot," I said, "but I appreciate the gesture." She smiled and set the container down on the platform railing. For a moment, we stood in silence, watching the reconstruction site below. A team of humans was calibrating a new atmospheric processor, a massive structure that would take months to bring online. They moved around it with careful confidence, calling to each other, passing tools hand to hand. "Did you get what you needed?" Reyes asked. "For your catalog." "I got what I needed," I said, "though not what I expected." She laughed, a short, warm sound. "That's usually how it works with us." My transport appeared on the horizon, a silver point growing slowly larger against the lavender sky. I watched it approach and felt something I could not easily categorize, a reluctance that had no professional basis, a warmth that had no thermal source. "Commander Reyes," I said. "Elena," she corrected gently. "Elena." I turned to face her. "I want to thank you for your patience with my questions, for allowing me to observe your people." For I paused, searching for the precise words, and then realized that precision was not what this moment required. I extended my hand. It was not a human hand. My digits were longer, thinner, with an additional joint that made the gesture geometrically different from the one I had observed thousands of times over the past 2 weeks. I was not certain I was doing it correctly. I was not certain there was a correctly. Elena Reyes looked at my hand, then she looked at my face, and slowly, carefully, she reached out and took it. Her grip was warm. I could feel her pulse, steady, strong, a rhythm that had been beating since before her species ever looked up at the stars and wondered who else was out there. My own circulation responded in kind, a faint thrumming in my digits that she might or might not have been able to feel. We held the grip for 4 seconds, an eternity by professional standards, a heartbeat by human ones. "Good luck, Keltorin," she said. "Good luck, Elena," I said. She squeezed once, gently, firmly, unmistakably, and released. I boarded my transport. As it lifted from the platform and banked toward the orbital relay, I looked down at my hand. The warmth was already fading, the molecular memory of her touch dissipating into the recycled air of the cabin. But I understood now why humans insist on it, why they reach across the space between bodies and press their skin to the skin of another. It is not efficiency. It is not protocol. It is the most honest thing they know how to do. When a human shakes your hand, they are saying, "I am here, I am real, and for this moment so are you." I flexed my digits slowly, remembering the pressure, the warmth, the steady pulse beneath the skin. Some things cannot be cataloged. Some things can only be felt.
The Vigil.
The inefficiency in which a perfectly ordered facility reveals its first anomaly. I have optimized the operational workflows of medical facilities across 9 reconstruction zones. In each case, I identified inefficiencies, proposed corrections, and measured the resulting improvement in patient throughput, resource utilization, and staff allocation. My average efficiency gain is 14%. My highest was 23%, achieved in Reconstruction Zone 4 by restructuring the sterilization rotation schedule and eliminating redundant monitoring shifts. I tell you this so you understand that I am not easily confused by the operations of a medical facility. I understand triage flow. I understand bed hour allocation. I understand the mathematics of suffering, how many patients, how many staff, how many hours, and how the precise arrangement of these variables determines who heals and who does not. Medical Facility 7 in Reconstruction Zone 16 was a mid-tier installation serving approximately 400 human reconstruction workers and a smaller contingent of Palax and Velthani support staff. By the numbers, it should have been straightforward: 40 beds, 12 medical staff, standard equipment manifest. The facility had been operational for 8 standard months and had already been flagged for an efficiency review after its bed utilization reports showed persistent anomalies. Anomalies are what I am for. My preliminary review of the facility data, conducted during transit, revealed the irregularity immediately. Bed occupancy rates were within normal parameters during standard operating hours, but during the night cycle, the 8-hour rest period that humans require with such biological insistence, occupancy exceeded capacity by an average of 31%. This was, on its face, impossible. A 40-bed facility cannot have 52 occupied beds. The mathematics do not permit it. I reviewed the data 3 times, checking for recording errors or double-counting artifacts. The numbers held. During the night cycle, an average of 12 additional individuals were present in the medical facility who were not patients, not staff, and not assigned to any operational role. They were simply there. The facility's head administrator, a Velthani named Dorath Sign, had appended a note to the anomaly report: human cultural practice, non-interfering, have attempted to restrict, attempts unsuccessful, request guidance. I did not yet know what this meant, but I knew what it looked like in the data: waste. 12 bodies occupying space that could be used for patient staging, equipment storage, or staff rest. 12 bodies consuming facility resources, atmosphere, temperature regulation, lighting, without contributing to any medical outcome. I would find the source of the waste, and I would correct it. I arrived at Medical Facility 7 during the transition between day and night cycles. The facility was clean, well-maintained, and efficiently laid out. I gave Dorath Sign credit for the physical infrastructure. The triage flow was sensible. The equipment was properly calibrated. The staff moved with competent purpose. Then the night cycle began and the others arrived. They came individually in pairs in small, quiet groups. They were not patients. I could see that immediately. They carried no injuries, displayed no symptoms. They were dressed in civilian clothing, not medical garments. Several carried bags or containers. One carried a folded blanket. They moved through the facility with the particular careful walk of people trying not to disturb something fragile. They spoke in low voices or not at all. And one by one, they settled into positions beside specific patient beds, pulling chairs close, sitting down and staying. I observed from the administrative alcove, my data tablet recording occupancy numbers in real time. Within 40 minutes of the night cycle's start, 9 additional individuals had entered the ward. None of them had checked in with staff. None of them had been assigned a function. They had simply appeared, found their places, and become still. I focused my observation on bed 12, where a human male had been admitted following a structural collapse at one of the atmospheric processor construction sites. His name, according to the medical records, was Desi Akoy, a structural engineer, 38 years old, currently in induced sedation while the medical staff monitored a spinal compression injury. The woman at his bedside had arrived 6 minutes after the night cycle began. She was approximately the same age, with closely braided hair and hands that held a stillness I found almost unnatural in a human. She had pulled the chair so close to the bed that its front legs pressed against the frame. She sat with her body angled toward the patient, her right hand resting on the mattress beside his left hand, not quite touching. For the first hour, she did nothing. She sat. She watched the patient's face. Occasionally, she looked at the medical monitoring display above the bed, though I doubted she understood the readouts. They were calibrated for hegemony medical staff, not human civilians. At the 70-minute mark, she reached out and placed her hand over the patient's hand. Gently. Her fingers curled around his, which lay limp and unresponsive. Then she began to speak. Her voice was so low I had to amplify my audio pickup to capture it. She was telling him about their dwelling unit. The environmental controls had developed a fault, she said, and the temperature kept dropping during the night. Their neighbor, Quame, had offered to look at it but had only made it worse. She described the blankets she had stacked on the sleeping platform, laughing softly at the absurdity of it, all these blankets, and the bed still cold without him in it. She was talking to a sedated man about blankets.
The investigation.
In which the analyst searches for logic in an act of love. Dr. Lena Vogt was the facility's chief medical officer, a tall human with gray-streaked hair, and the particular kind of tiredness that settles into the bones rather than the eyes. She met me in the staff consultation room with a cup of the dark liquid humans call coffee and an expression that suggested she had been expecting this conversation. "You want to talk about the visitors," she said, before I had opened my data tablet. "I want to understand them," I said. "The facility records show a persistent pattern of non-medical civilian presence during the night cycle. These individuals consume facility resources, occupy space that could be used for operational purposes, and contribute nothing to patient care outcomes. I need to understand why they are permitted." Dr. Vogt took a slow sip of her coffee. "They're permitted because removing them causes more harm than accommodating them." Harm to whom? To the patients, to the visitors, to the staff who would have to enforce the restriction and then watch the consequences. I made a note. What consequences? Patients recover more slowly when they are alone. I know, she raised a hand, anticipating my objection. That's not supported by the standard hegemony medical metrics. Your system measures healing and tissue regeneration rates, infection clearance, motor function recovery. By those metrics, the presence of a family member at the bedside has no statistically significant effect. Then, but those aren't the only things that matter. She set down her coffee. When Desi Akoi wakes up from sedation, and he will wake up, the first thing he's going to feel is pain. The second thing he's going to feel is fear. He fell 30 meters through a collapsing scaffold. He doesn't know yet whether he'll walk again. And when he opens his eyes in that moment of pain and fear, the first thing he's going to see is Amara, his wife, sitting right there, holding his hand. She paused. That won't show up in your tissue regeneration metrics, but it will be the most important medical intervention he receives. Dorhath Sign, the Velthani administrator, provided a different but complementary perspective. I attempted to restrict the behavior during the facility's second month of operation. They said their crest feathers arranged in the configuration of administrative resignation. I implemented a standard visitation protocol, 2 visitors per patient, limited to designated hours, no overnight stays. The protocol lasted 11 days. What happened? The humans ignored it. Dorhath Sign's crest feathers shifted. Not aggressively, not confrontationally. They simply continued to come. When security redirected them from the main entrance, they found other entrances. When we locked the other entrances, they waited outside until shift change and entered with the incoming staff. When we implemented identity verification, they obtained visitor credentials from the medical staff themselves. The medical staff assisted them. The human medical staff, yes. Dr. Vogt informed me that restricting family presence at the bedside of a critically ill patient was, Dorhath Sign consulted their notes, a cruelty she would not participate in. She then provided me with 17 human medical studies, suggesting that patient-family contact during critical illness improves subjective outcomes in ways not captured by standard hegemony metrics. I examined the studies later. They were methodologically sound by human standards, measuring variables I had never encountered in hegemony medical literature. Things called sense of security, emotional resilience, and will to recover. These were not quantities. They could not be measured in standard units. They existed in the space between the data points where my training had taught me nothing could be found. I decided to conduct a full night cycle observation. If I could not understand this behavior through interviews, I would understand it through sustained direct study. I positioned myself in the administrative alcove with a clear sight line to the main ward and settled in for 8 hours. The ward at night was a different place than during the day. The overhead lighting dimmed to a warm amber that the human staff said was calibrated to something they called circadian rhythms, the internal clock that governed their sleep-wake cycle. The medical equipment hummed and clicked in steady rhythms. The air carried that particular quiet that comes when many people are breathing in the same space, each breath slightly different, all of them together creating a kind of living silence. I counted 14 vigil keepers that night. At bed 3, an elderly human woman sat beside a younger one, her daughter, I later confirmed. The daughter had suffered severe burns in a chemical processor malfunction. The mother held a damp cloth and periodically, every 8 to 12 minutes, with a regularity I found almost mechanical, pressed it gently against the daughter's forehead. The medical staff had already applied a dermal regeneration matrix that made this gesture medically redundant. The mother did it anyway. At bed 7, 2 men sat on either side of a third. The patient was dying, a systemic organ failure that the medical staff had determined was beyond recovery. The 2 men were his co-workers. I verified this with the records, not family, not partners, colleagues from the atmospheric processing team who had worked beside him for 11 months. They sat in straight-backed chairs and spoke to each other in low voices, occasionally addressing the patient directly, though he showed no signs of consciousness. One of them had brought a container of food, a human meal of rice and vegetables. He set it on the bedside table, opened it, and did not eat it. It sat there for the entire night, growing cold, filling the immediate area around bed 7 with a gentle, warm fragrance that I later learned was cumin. At bed 12, Amara Akoi was in the same position I had observed the previous night. Same chair, same angle, same hand resting over her husband's. But tonight she had brought a blanket, a thick, soft one that I recognized as non-standard, likely from their personal dwelling. She had not placed it over Desi. She had draped it over herself and tucked it around the chair, creating a small nest of warmth in the cool medical air. I watched her for 3 consecutive hours. In that time, she spoke to her husband for approximately 40 minutes, quiet, rambling narratives about the day's events, about friends, about a garden she was trying to grow in the small plot behind their dwelling. She described the soil, which she said was finally beginning to hold moisture after months of amendment. She described the seeds she had planted, earth varieties, brought on the original transport, and how she was not sure they would take in reconstructed soil, but she was trying anyway. She fell asleep around the 4th hour. Her head tilted forward until it rested on the edge of the mattress, her hand still covering Desi's. In sleep, her breathing synchronized with the rhythm of his ventilation assist, the machine breathing for him, and her body unconsciously matching its pattern. I recorded this. I measured the resource cost, atmospheric processing for 1 additional body, negligible, thermal regulation adjustment, negligible, space occupied 1. 2 square meters including the chair, total efficiency impact, statistically insignificant, and yet I could not stop watching. There was something happening in this room that my training had not prepared me for, something that existed outside of resource allocation and bed-hour utilization and the mathematics of patient throughput. The woman's hand on the man's hand, her breath matching his mechanical breath. The blanket from their home, carrying sense and warmth from a life that existed outside these walls, bridging the distance between the world of the well and the world of the wounded. I did not have a metric for it. I did not have a category. I did not have a line item in my optimization report. But I was beginning to understand that the absence of a metric did not mean the absence of value.
The waking.
In which the data finally speaks. On my 4th night of observation, at approximately 2 hours before the end of the night cycle, the medical monitoring system at bed 12 signaled a change. Desi Akoi was surfacing from sedation. The attending nurse, a human named Josephine, moved quickly but quietly to the bedside. She checked the readouts, adjusted the sedation parameters, and then did something I did not expect. She placed her hand on Amara's shoulder gently, just enough pressure to wake without startling. Amara's eyes opened immediately. Not the slow surfacing of deep sleep, but the instant alertness of someone who has been waiting even in their dreams. "He's coming up," Josephine said softly. Amara straightened in her chair. She adjusted the blanket, folding it back. She smoothed her braids with one hand. Then she took Desi's hand in both of hers and leaned forward until her face was close to his. I watched from the alcove, my data tablet, recording vital signs from the monitoring display. Heart rate, blood oxygen, neural activity, cortisol levels, the standard recovery metrics. I would have my data. I would see what happened when a human woke from critical injury with and without a familiar presence at their side. Desi's eyes opened. There is a moment, I have learned, in the transition from sedation to consciousness that the medical texts call the orientation window, a brief period, usually 5 to 15 seconds, where the patient's awareness is fully active but their cognitive processing has not yet engaged. They see, but they do not yet interpret. They feel, but they do not yet understand. It is the most vulnerable moment in the recovery process. The patient is, for those few seconds, entirely exposed to whatever the world presents to them. What the world presented to HFY was his wife's face. I watched his eyes focus. I watched the first flicker of recognition, not cognitive, not processed, but something deeper and faster, something that moved through the body before the mind could catch up. His heart rate, which had been climbing as consciousness returned, steadied. His cortisol levels, which should have spiked as pain and disorientation took hold, plateaued and began to decline. His hand, the one Amara was holding, twitched, and then his fingers closed around hers. "Hey," Amara said, just that. One syllable barely voiced, more breath than sound. "Hey, Des," he said. His voice was rough, damaged by the intubation, but the word was clear. Amara's composure, which had held for 4 nights of silent vigil, broke. Not dramatically. She did not sob or cry out. A single tear tracked down her face, and she pressed her forehead against his hand, and she said, "I'm here. I've been here the whole time." "I know," he said. And the way he said it, with a certainty that should not have been possible for a man emerging from days of sedation, told me that on some level below consciousness, below the reach of any monitoring system, he had known. He had felt her presence the way a plant feels sunlight, not through any identifiable sense, but through the simple, continuous fact of it. I looked at my data tablet. The vital signs were clear. Accelerated stabilization across every metric. Heart rate normalization, 12% faster than the predicted curve. Cortisol reduction, significant. Neural activity patterns consistent with what the human medical literature called safety recognition. The brain's response to the confirmed presence of a trusted individual. The data was there, but the data was not the thing. The thing was the look on his face when he saw her. The way fear dissolved into something else, not the absence of fear, but its replacement by a force stronger than fear. The way his broken body, which had been floating in chemical darkness for 4 days, oriented itself toward her like a compass finding north. No metric could capture that. No optimization could improve upon it. I intercepted Amara in the recovery corridor an hour later. She had stepped out while the medical team conducted their post-sedation assessment, and she was leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, the blanket folded over her arm, looking more exhausted than I had ever seen a human look. "Mrs. Akoy," I said, "may I ask you something?" She opened her eyes. They were red-rimmed, the lids swollen. "You're the efficiency person," she said. It was not a question. "I am. You want to know why I've been sitting in that chair for 4 nights? Yes." She straightened slowly, pressing her back against the wall as though she needed it to hold her up. "Because he would have done the same for me. Because when you love someone, you don't leave them alone in the dark, not if you can help it." She looked at me directly. "I know it doesn't make sense to you. I know it doesn't show up in your reports. But when Desi was lying there unconscious, with machines breathing for him and strangers monitoring his heart, I needed him to know that someone who loved him was close. That the world hadn't forgotten about him just because his eyes were closed. He was sedated," I said. "He could not have known, he knew." Her voice was quiet but absolutely certain. "I don't care what your instruments say. He knew I was there. And even if he didn't, even if there's no way a sedated brain can register the presence of a hand on his hand, then I needed to be there, for me. Because if he had died in that bed and I had been at home and the last thing that touched his skin was a medical sensor instead of my hand, she stopped, drew a breath. I couldn't have lived with that. I wouldn't have wanted to.
The wider pattern.
In which the analyst learns that presence is its own medicine. The patient in bed 7 died on my 5th night. His name was Henrik Larsson. He was 44 years old. He had worked in atmospheric chemistry, specializing in the nitrogen cycle recalibration that was critical to Zone 16's reconstruction timeline. The systemic organ failure had been caused by prolonged exposure to an undetected chemical compound in the processing facility, an occupational hazard that had been identified too late. His 2 colleagues, Yusuf and Chandra, had maintained their vigil for 6 consecutive nights. They worked their shifts during the day and returned to bed 7 at the start of each night's cycle. They spoke to Henrik even though he had not responded in days. Yusuf told him about the progress on the nitrogen cycle. Chandra read aloud from a book, a human novel about a sailor lost at sea who navigates home by the stars. They had reached chapter 14. On the 5th night, at approximately 3 hours into the cycle, Henrik's vital signs began their final decline. The medical staff responded with professional efficiency, adjusting medications, monitoring the cascade of failures, doing what could be done, which by that point was very little. Yusuf and Chandra did not leave. They did not retreat to the corridor or the waiting area. They moved their chairs closer. Yusuf placed his hand on Henrik's shoulder. Chandra continued reading, chapter 15 now, the sailor sighting land on the horizon, the distant green of trees after weeks of nothing but water. Henrik Larsson died at 4 hours and 17 minutes into the night cycle, with one friend's hand on his shoulder, and another friend's voice reading him safely home. What happened next was the part that unmade me. The medical staff performed their procedures, confirmation of cessation, documentation, the necessary administrative work of death. It was efficient. It was respectful. It was over in minutes. Yusuf and Chandra remained. They sat in their chairs for another hour. They did not speak. They did not move. They simply remained in the space where their friend had been alive, as though their presence could hold the shape of him a little longer, keep the air warm where his warmth had been. When they finally stood, Yusuf carefully folded the blanket he had brought, a blanket Henrik had never used, that had sat on the chair beside bed 7 for 6 nights. He folded it with the precise, deliberate motions of someone performing a ritual. Chandra closed the book and placed it on the empty bed. Chapter 15, unfinished. They left together, walking close but not touching, their footsteps quiet on the medical facility floor. I sat in my alcove and watched the empty bed. The medical staff would strip it, sterilize it, prepare it for the next patient. By morning, there would be no physical evidence that Henrik Larsson had been there at all, but there would be evidence. It would exist in the bodies of 2 men who had refused to let their friend die alone, in the memory of a hand on a shoulder, in the unfinished chapter of a book about finding your way home, in the folded blanket that had never been used for warmth but had served its purpose nonetheless. It had said, "I brought something from outside these walls for you. I carried a piece of the normal world into this place of pain, because you deserve to be reminded that the normal world still exists and is waiting for you." Once I knew what to look for, I saw it everywhere. In the pediatric alcove, a human child named Suki had been admitted with a fractured arm, a simple injury, easily treated, no lasting consequence. Her mother sat beside her for the entire night. The child slept peacefully, the fracture already set and healing under a bone-knit accelerator. There was no medical reason for the mother to stay. The child was in no danger. Recovery was certain, but the mother stayed. She stayed because her child was in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by unfamiliar sounds and unfamiliar machines, and some part of the mother's deepest programming, deeper than reason, deeper than the knowledge that everything was fine, insisted that her child should not wake up alone. She stayed because the alternative, going home to sleep in comfort while her daughter slept in a medical facility, was not something her body would permit, regardless of what her mind knew to be rational. In the recovery ward, a woman named Esperanza sat beside her colleague Marcus, who was recovering from a routine procedure to repair ligament damage in his knee. He would be discharged in the morning. He was in no pain. He was, in fact, asleep, snoring gently. Esperanza sat in the chair beside him, scrolling through a data tablet, occasionally glancing up at his face, present without urgency. I asked her why she was there. "He doesn't have family on zone," she said, as though this explained everything. And perhaps it did. For humans, being alone in a medical facility was not merely an inconvenience. It was a wrong, a condition that demanded correction, not by medical staff or administrative systems, but by the simple physical presence of someone who cared.
The report that was not a report.
In which an efficiency analyst discovers what cannot be optimized. I wrote my report on the 7th night. I sat in the administrative office with the facility humming quietly around me, the night cycle amber light casting warm shadows on my data tablet, and I wrote something I had never written before. To Division Administrator, Medical Efficiency Division. Operational Efficiency Review, Medical Facility 7, Reconstruction Zone 16. Facility 7's bed utilization anomaly has been investigated and its source identified. During the night cycle, an average of 12 non-patient, non-staff individuals occupy space within the medical ward. These individuals are family members, friends, and colleagues of patients currently receiving treatment. They perform no medical function as defined by hegemony medical standards. However, I cannot recommend their removal. I paused. I had never written those words in an efficiency report. My career was built on identifying waste and recommending its elimination. But some things look like waste only when you measure them with the wrong instruments. The human practice of keeping vigil, maintaining physical presence beside an ill or injured individual, serves a function that exists outside the parameters of standard hegemony medical metrics. It does not accelerate tissue regeneration. It does not reduce infection rates. It does not improve any outcome that our current systems are designed to measure. What it does is this. It tells the patient that they are not alone. It tells them that their suffering has been witnessed, that their absence from the world has been noticed, that someone has chosen to sit in an uncomfortable chair in an unfamiliar room through the long hours of the night because the alternative, leaving them to face the dark by themselves, is unacceptable. This is not medicine as the hegemony defines it, but I have observed its effects, and I believe it is medicine nonetheless. I continued. Recommendations for Medical Facility 7. 1. Replace the current visitor chairs with models designed for extended occupation. The existing chairs were selected for daytime waiting periods of 30 minutes or less. Vigil keepers remain for 8 hours or more. Appropriate seating will reduce the physical strain on individuals who are already under emotional duress. 2. Install a small preparation area adjacent to the main ward for food and beverages. Vigil keepers frequently bring food that they do not eat. The act of bringing it is itself part of the ritual. However, providing warming and cooling facilities will allow the food to serve its secondary function of providing nourishment during long hours of wakefulness. 3. Adjust the night cycle atmospheric controls to accommodate the additional occupants. The current system is calibrated for patient count only. Adding 12 to 15 individuals creates a gradual oxygen depletion that the system compensates for reactively rather than proactively. A simple occupancy sensor adjustment will resolve this. 4. Provide blankets. Not medical blankets, the thin, sterilized, functionally adequate coverings already available. Provide soft blankets, the kind that humans bring from their homes. Stock them at the ward entrance, clean, folded, available without being asked for. This will not appear in any efficiency metric. Do it anyway. 5. Do not restrict, regulate, or schedule the vigil behavior. Do not require sign-in sheets, visitor badges, or time limits. The vigil works because it is freely given an act of choice, not compliance. Bureaucratizing it would destroy the very quality that makes it function. I signed the report and transmitted it. Then I set my data tablet aside and walked through the quiet ward one last time. The ward was quiet. The amber light hummed. The medical equipment kept its steady rhythm, the mechanical heartbeat of a facility that never sleeps, tending to bodies that must. I walked between the beds slowly, observing one last time, not recording, not measuring, just seeing. At bed 3, the mother had fallen asleep with her hand on her daughter's arm, their breathing synchronized, two bodies keeping time with each other across the border between waking and sleep. At bed 7, the bed was occupied again, a new patient, a new injury. And beside the bed, a new vigil keeper. A young woman with her shoes off and her feet tucked under her, reading something on a data tablet with the screen dimmed low. At the pediatric alcove, little Suki had been discharged, but another child had taken her place, and another parent sat watch in the small chair beside the small bed. Everywhere I looked, the same scene repeated with infinite variation, someone sitting beside someone else, not because they had to, not because anyone had told them to, not because it would show up in any report or metric or assessment. They sat because the person in the bed mattered to them, because suffering should be witnessed, because the night is long and the dark is wide and no one should have to cross it alone. I reached bed 12. Desi was improving. His spinal compression was responding to treatment, and the medical team was cautiously optimistic about mobility recovery. He was sleeping naturally now, no longer sedated, his breathing easy and unassisted. The monitoring displays showed stable vitals, steady improvement, the body doing what bodies do when given time and care. Amara was asleep in her chair. The blanket from home was draped over both of them, half across his legs, half across her shoulders, a shared warmth bridging the gap between the bed and the chair. Their hands were intertwined on the mattress, his fingers curled around hers curled around his, a knot of skin and trust that neither sleep nor sedation nor the cold mathematics of medical efficiency could untangle. I stood there for a long time. I had come to this facility to find waste and eliminate it. I had found something I did not have a name for, something that lived in the space between the data points, in the warmth of a hand held through the night, in the sound of a voice reading a novel to a dying man, in the folded blanket and the uneaten food and the chair pulled close to the bed. The humans had a word for it, though they used it so often and so loosely that it had lost its precision. They called it love, but that was not quite right either. What I had witnessed was more specific than love. It was the decision to be present when presence costs something, when it costs sleep and comfort and the ease of looking away. It was the choice to sit in the dark with someone rather than let them sit in the dark alone. I turned away from bed 12 and walked toward the exit. The night cycle was ending. The first pale light of the reconstructed dawn was beginning to show through the ward windows. Thin, new light on a thin, new world, all of it being built slowly, patiently, by hands that never stopped reaching for each other. Behind me in the quiet ward the vigil keepers slept on, and beside them, held fast in the warm grip of hands that refused to let go, the patients slept too. No one was alone. No one was alone.
The festival.
The steady numbers in which all metrics indicate successful recovery, and Tren Maya is content. The morning report confirmed what every morning report before it had confirmed for the past 11 months. Reconstruction Zone 7 was recovering within acceptable parameters. I reviewed the numbers from my station above Settlement Cluster Gamma, letting each metric settle into its proper column in my assessment grid. Caloric intake per capita, 97% of optimal. Shelter integrity across the cluster, 94% up from 31% at initial assessment. Labor participation among able-bodied adults, 89%. Sleep cycle regularity, within 2 standard deviations of hegemony baseline models for post-conflict mammalian species. The numbers were clean. The numbers were consistent. After 11 months of observation, I had begun to feel something that my training warned against, but my experience could not deny: a quiet professional satisfaction. Reconstruction Zone 7 was, by every metric the hegemony post-conflict behavioral analysis division had ever developed, a success. Through the observation scope, I watched the settlement stir into its daily rhythm. Humans emerged from their shelters in predictable patterns. The laborers first, moving toward the reconstruction sites with tools balanced across their shoulders. Then the food preparers, the ones who managed the distribution centers. Then the children, tumbling out in clusters, directed toward the learning stations the hegemony had established. I noted a female human I had cataloged as Subject 7 Gamma 22. The settlement records listed her as Elena Vasquez, carrying lengths of processed fiber toward the textile station. Her gait was steady. Her output had been above average for 7 consecutive weeks. Behind her walked a male human, Subject 7 Gamma 45, whom the others called Old Peter, despite the fact that his biological age was only 53 standard cycles. He moved more slowly, favoring his left leg where an injury from the occupation had healed imperfectly, but he moved. They all moved. They worked, they ate, they slept, they worked again. The system was functioning. I logged the morning observation and began preparing my weekly summary for the division. In the late afternoon, I observed the humans perform what they called evening gathering, a period where work ceased, and the population congregated near the central distribution area. The hegemony models classified this as social maintenance behavior, a necessary function for herd species psychological stability. It had been occurring consistently since the 3rd month of reconstruction. What I noted, with mild professional interest, was the content of their conversations. I had placed acoustic sensors throughout the settlement during my first week, as protocol required. The humans spoke of practical things, which structures needed reinforcing before the wet season, whether the grain stores would hold, who among the children had shown aptitude for the technical training programs. Occasionally they spoke of the occupation, but these references had decreased by 62% over the past 3 months. A healthy trajectory, well within the model's predicted decline curve. A young human I had designated Subject 7 Gamma 88, Chi, According to the settlement register, no surname recorded, likely orphaned during the occupation, was sitting near the edge of the gathering, shaping something from a piece of discarded reconstruction material. I noted this as minor craft behavior and moved on. I completed my weekly summary that evening. Recovery trajectory, nominal. Psychological stability index, steady. Social cohesion rating, improving. I appended my standard recommendation. Maintain current support levels. Continue monitoring. Prepare for transition to Phase 3 autonomous management within the next quarter cycle. It was, I reflected, the most uneventful assignment I had been given since joining the division. Some of my colleagues had drawn zones where the recovery had stalled, where the humans had fragmented into competing factions, or retreated into catatonic withdrawal. Zone 7 had none of those complications. The humans here were rebuilding. They were stable. They were, by every measurement I could apply, healing. I archived the report and dimmed the observation station lights. Tomorrow would bring another set of numbers, and I had every reason to believe they would be exactly what I expected.
The deviation.
In which the numbers stop making sense and Trenmaya's confidence begins to fracture. Day 365. The morning report did not confirm what every morning report before it had confirmed. I stared at the labor participation metric, 0%, not reduced, not declining, 0. Across the entire settlement cluster, not a single able-bodied adult had reported to a reconstruction site, a food processing station, or a technical training facility. The children had not been directed to their learning stations. The distribution centers were unstaffed. I ran the sensors again. They were functioning properly. The humans were simply not where they were supposed to be. I adjusted the observation scope and found them. All of them, every human in Settlement Cluster Gamma, had gathered in the Central Commons, the open area that served as the hub between the residential shelters and the work zones. They were not sitting in their usual social maintenance configuration. They were moving, carrying things, pieces of construction timber, salvaged metal sheeting, fabric that should have been at the textile station. Elena Vasquez was directing a group of humans who were stacking the timber into a large conical structure in the center of the commons. Old Peter was sitting on an overturned supply crate, doing something with a length of wire and a hollow piece of pipe. Young Kai was beside him, holding what appeared to be a thin metal sheet stretched over a frame. I flagged the observation as priority amber and began documenting. By mid-morning, the situation had deteriorated further. The humans had constructed 3 large conical timber structures in the commons bonfires. I would later learn the word. They had strung lines of salvaged wire between the shelter rooftops, from which they hung pieces of colored fabric, torn into strips. The effect was visually chaotic, entirely inconsistent with the orderly settlement I had been monitoring. Worse, the food consumption patterns had shifted. Humans were not eating their allocated rations in the prescribed individual portions. They were combining food stores. They were cooking, not the efficient preparation the distribution centers performed, but elaborate, time-consuming processes involving spices and seasonings that I had not seen in the supply manifests. Where had they obtained these? Had they been hoarding? For how long? I revised my flag to priority red and sent an initial alert to the division. Anomalous collective behavior observed in Settlement Cluster Gamma, full population deviation from established routine, possible mass psychological event, request guidance. The response came back within the hour. Continue observation. Document thoroughly. Do not intervene unless physical safety is compromised. I descended to ground observation point 4. a concealed position at the edge of the commons that I had used only twice before, during the early weeks when closer monitoring had been required. I needed better acoustic data. I needed to see their faces. What I found was noise. Not the ambient sound of a working settlement, the rhythmic clang of tools, the hum of conversation, the occasional shout of instruction. This was something else entirely. Old Peter had fashioned the hollow pipe and wire into a device that produced sustained tones when he drew the wire across it. The sound was rough, imprecise, nothing like the calibrated audio outputs the hegemony used for psychological stabilization programs. Yet the humans around him had stopped to listen, and several were swaying in a coordinated lateral motion that served no functional purpose I could identify. Young Kai was striking the stretched metal sheet with his palms, producing a rhythmic percussion that somehow synchronized with Peter's wire and pipe device. Another human, Subject 7 Gamma 61, Marin, a woman who normally operated the water purification system, was making sounds with her mouth, not speech. Sustained tonal vocalizations that rose and fell in patterns that were melodic but carried no informational content. They were generating organized sound, together, from debris. I documented everything. The instruments. I counted 14 distinct improvised sound-producing devices by late afternoon. The movement patterns humans were engaging in coordinated physical motion, pairs and groups moving in synchronized steps, sometimes holding each other. The hegemony behavioral models classified coordinated movement as either labor, military drill, or panic response. This matched none of those categories. And then there were the faces. This was what disturbed me most. A human woman I had never specifically cataloged. She was holding the hand of a small child and watching the fire that Elena Vasquez had now lit in the largest timber structure, and she was crying. Her face was wet, her breathing irregular, her body exhibiting every physiological marker of acute distress. But she was also smiling. Her mouth was curved upward. Her eyes were narrowed in what the behavioral index classified as positive affect, and she was leaning into the woman beside her who was laughing, crying and laughing, simultaneously, in the same individual, across multiple individuals. I added to my report, recommend neurological assessment of settlement population. Emotional regulation appears compromised across the entire cluster. Possible environmental contaminant affecting limbic processing.
The stories they told.
In which the humans speak of their dead, and Trenmaya mistakes remembrance for regression. The fires cast their light across the commons as the sky darkened, and the humans drew close. They sat in concentric circles around the largest bonfire, and for a time the improvised music continued, softer now, slower, the rough tones of Peter's wire instrument carrying something I could not name across the warm air. Then Elena Vasquez stood. The settlement went quiet. She was holding something small in her hands. I magnified my observation lens and saw it was a piece of fabric, folded carefully, stained and worn. She held it up and she spoke. "This was Miguel's," she said. "My brother. He wore this every day at the processing plant. He said it was lucky." She paused and her voice thickened, and the humans around her were silent in a way that was not the silence of inattention but the silence of intense focus. He was wrong about the luck, but he was right about everything else. The humans made a sound, a collective exhale, something between acknowledgement and sorrow. And then Elena Vasquez smiled and she said, "He would have loved tonight. He would have been the loudest one here." And the humans laughed. They laughed at the memory of a dead man, and several of them were crying while they laughed, and I felt the clinical dread settling deeper into my assessment. They continued. One after another, humans stood and spoke. They held objects, a child's shoe, a bent spoon, a piece of paper with marks on it that I could not read from my position. Each object belonged to someone who had died during the occupation. Each human who stood told a story about the person the object represented. The stories were not clinical. They were not the ordered recitations of events that the hegemonys trauma processing protocols prescribed. They were messy, circular, full of tangents and laughter and sudden silences. A man described how his wife used to sing while repairing machinery, and he attempted to reproduce the song, and his voice broke halfway through, and the humans around him reached out and touched his arms, his shoulders, his back. A teenager spoke about a friend who had hidden food for younger children during the occupation, and the story was funny, genuinely, structurally humorous, and the entire settlement laughed. And then the teenager sat down abruptly and wept, and the laughter turned seamlessly into quiet, murmuring comfort. I was recording all of it. My hands were steady on the documentation interface, but my assessment was not. These humans were systematically revisiting every traumatic loss they had suffered. They were dragging the grief back to the surface, grief that had been settling, declining, approaching manageable levels according to every metric I tracked. They were undoing months of recovery in a single evening. I updated my report. Mass psychological regression confirmed. Settlement population engaging in collective trauma reactivation. Estimated recovery timeline impact. 4 to 6 months of progress reversed. Recommend immediate intervention protocol. Near midnight, I noticed a migration within the settlement. The humans were moving in small groups and alone toward the eastern wall of the largest reconstructed building. Someone, I could not determine when or by whom, had painted names on the wall. Hundreds of names, written in the human script, covering the surface from ground level to just above the average human's reach. I counted 347 names. The preoccupation population of Settlement Cluster Gamma had been approximately 1,200. The current population was 816. The arithmetic was not complex. The humans approached the wall the way I had seen species approach sacred sites on other worlds, slowly, with a physical reverence that expressed itself in lowered heads and careful steps. They touched the names. They left small objects at the base of the wall, flowers gathered from the settlement's perimeter, where wild growth had begun to reclaim the areas between the reconstruction zones. Pieces of food from the evening's communal preparation. Small carved figures that must have taken weeks to make in secret. Old Peter stood before the wall for a long time. He did not speak. He placed his hand flat against a name I could not read from my position, and he stood there, his palm pressed to the painted surface, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and steady. When he finally stepped away, his face was wet, but his expression was not one of distress. It was something else. Something my behavioral index did not have a classification for. I drafted the crisis report. I laid out the evidence methodically, the complete work stoppage, the resource diversion, the improvised instruments and coordinated movement, the systematic trauma reactivation, the wall of names. I recommended that the division deploy a psychological intervention team within 48 hours to stabilize the population before the regression became permanent. And then I paused, because something in my data was inconsistent, and I could not identify what it was. The physiological readings from my distributed sensors told one story: elevated heart rates, stress hormone fluctuations, tears, disrupted sleep patterns. But the behavioral indicators told another. There was no aggression, no self-harm, no withdrawal, no fragmentation of the social group. The humans were not pulling apart. They were pressing closer together. Every story told at the fire had drawn the circle tighter. Every name touched on the wall had been touched by multiple hands, as if the grief were being shared, distributed, divided among them until each person's portion was small enough to carry. I stared at my crisis report. I did not send it. Not yet.
The dancing.
In which Trenmaya witnesses joy built from sorrow and the models begin to fail entirely. It happened without a signal, without an announcement or a directive or any observable trigger that I could identify and catalog. One moment the settlement was quiet, humans standing before the wall of names or sitting in small clusters speaking softly. The next moment, someone was playing music again. It was Kai. The young human had returned to his stretched metal percussion instrument, and he was striking it with a rhythm that was faster than before, more insistent. Old Peter lifted his wire instrument, and the sound that emerged was not the mournful tone of the earlier evening, but something brighter, rougher, alive with a kind of energy that my acoustic analysis software classified as elevated emotional arousal, subtype undetermined. And then they were dancing. The same humans who had been weeping at the wall of names minutes ago were now moving, feet stamping the packed earth, arms swinging, bodies turning. Elena Vasquez was dancing with a man I did not recognize, and she was laughing, and the firelight caught the tracks of tears still wet on her face, and the laughter and the tears existed together on her features, as naturally as if they had always been part of the same expression. I watched a woman who had told the story of her dead husband take the hands of two children and spin them until they shrieked with what could only be called delight. I watched old Peter play his rough instrument with his eyes closed and his damaged leg tapping a rhythm against the supply crate. And the sound was not beautiful by any technical standard, but the humans moved to it as if it were the only sound in the world worth moving to. My documentation interface was still recording, but I had stopped making annotations. I could not find the words. The behavioral models I had been trained on, models refined over centuries of post-conflict analysis across dozens of species, had no framework for what I was observing. Species in recovery did not do this. They stabilized. They resumed function. They processed trauma through controlled, guided protocols and gradually returned to productive baselines. They did not stop everything, build fires from their own reconstruction materials, make music from debris, weep for their dead, and then dance in the same hour. They did not hold grief and joy in the same hand like two stones of equal weight. I watched a group of teenagers, children who had survived the occupation, who had lost parents, siblings, friends, and they were dancing with an abandon that my training could only classify as manic. But it was not manic. Their movements were coordinated. Their laughter was shared. They pulled each other close and then spun apart and then came back together, and in the spaces between them I saw something that was not in any of my models. They were not recovering. They were not returning to a baseline. They were building something new from the wreckage, and they were doing it together, and they were doing it with their whole selves, the broken parts and the healing parts and the parts that would never fully mend. It was in the deep hours of the night when the child found me. A small girl, perhaps 5 or 6 standard cycles, who had wandered to the edge of the commons while the adults continued their celebration. I had grown complacent in my concealment. The observation point was designed to be inconspicuous, and in 11 months no human had approached it. But this child had the peculiar directness of the very young. She stood at the edge of my position and looked at me with eyes that were large and dark and entirely unafraid. She was holding a piece of bread, a thick, uneven slice from the communal cooking, and she held it out toward me. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "Everyone should eat tonight," Mama said. I did not move. Protocol required that I minimize direct interaction, but the child did not retreat. She placed the bread on the ground between us carefully, as if it were something precious, and then she smiled at me, a wide, gap-toothed smile that split her small face like light through a crack, and she waved. A small wave, 4 fingers moving back and forth. And then she turned and ran back toward the firelight, her bare feet slapping the earth, and she was absorbed back into the dancing crowd as if she had never left. I looked at the piece of bread on the ground. It was still warm.
What survival sounds like.
In which Trenmaya finally understands and rewrites the report. Dawn came to Reconstruction Zone 7, and the settlement was still. From my station, I looked down at the commons and saw the aftermath of something I still did not have a proper classification for. The bonfires had burned down to beds of glowing coals. Humans were sleeping where the celebration had finally released them, curled on the ground in clusters of 3, 4, 7, wrapped in blankets, and in each other, their faces slack and peaceful in the early light. Children were tucked against adults, and adults were tucked against each other, and the boundaries between families and individuals had blurred into something collective, something warm. The wall of names stood in the morning light. The flowers at its base were already wilting, but someone had placed a lit candle. Where had they found a candle? At the very center of the wall, and it was still burning, a small point of light against the painted names that flickered in the dawn breeze. Kai was asleep with his head resting on his percussion instrument, his hands still curled as if mid-rhythm. Old Peter was leaning against the supply crate, his wire instrument across his lap, snoring softly. Elena Vasquez was sitting with her back against the wall of names, not sleeping, watching the dawn with the folded fabric, Miguel's fabric, pressed against her chest. She was smiling, quietly, privately, in a way that asked nothing of anyone. She was smiling at the morning as if the morning were a gift she had not expected to receive. I deleted my crisis report. I sat at my documentation interface for a long time, staring at the blank screen where the report had been, and I thought about what I had witnessed. I thought about the models, the carefully constructed frameworks that mapped recovery as a linear progression from trauma to stability, from disorder to order, from grief to its absence. I thought about how clean those models were, how elegant, how completely inadequate. The humans had not regressed. I understood that now, though understanding it required me to set aside nearly everything the division had taught me about post-conflict behavioral analysis. They had not returned to a state of trauma. They had done something far more complex, far more deliberate, and far more sophisticated than any recovery model I had ever studied. They had taken their grief out of the place where it had been settling, the quiet internal place where it was slowly being buried under routine and normalcy and the steady rhythm of reconstruction, and they had held it up to the light. They had shared it. They had spoken the names of their dead aloud, in the open air in front of witnesses, so that the dead were not forgotten. And then, and this was the part that broke every model I had, they had celebrated. Not despite the grief, not after the grief, with the grief. The grief and the joy were not separate things. They were the same thing expressed in the same moment by the same people around the same fires. I wrote a new report. It took me most of the morning because I had to find new language for what I had seen. The division's standard terminology, regression, deviation, anomalous behavior, psychological break, none of it was accurate. None of it captured what had actually happened in Settlement Cluster Gamma on day 365. What I wrote was this: the humans had created a ritual, not a religious ritual, not a prescribed therapeutic protocol, not a scheduled social maintenance event. A spontaneous, collective, deeply intentional act of remembrance and celebration that served a psychological function the hegemony's models had never accounted for. They had marked the anniversary of their survival not by measuring how far they had come from the trauma, but by turning to face the trauma directly, acknowledging it, honoring it, and then, crucially, choosing to continue living alongside it. Not past it, alongside it. The festival was not a deviation from recovery. It was recovery itself, in a form I had never been trained to recognize. I appended a recommendation to my report, though it was not the kind of recommendation the division typically received. I recommended that the hegemony's post-conflict behavioral models be revised to account for what I could only describe as commemorative resilience, the capacity of certain species, humans in particular, to transform suffering into meaning through collective ritual. I recommended that future monitoring officers be trained to distinguish between regression and remembrance, between breakdown and breakthrough. And I recommended that Settlement Cluster Gamma be left alone. Below in the commons, the settlement was waking. Humans were stretching, rising from their sleeping clusters, moving slowly in the way of bodies that had danced and wept and laughed until exhaustion claimed them. Someone was rekindling a cooking fire. Someone else was carrying water. The daily rhythm was resuming as I knew it would because the festival had not disrupted the rhythm. It had deepened it. Elena Vasquez was still sitting against the wall of names. As the settlement stirred around her, she folded Miguel's fabric carefully, pressed it once more to her chest, and then stood. She tucked the fabric into her pocket and walked toward the textile station, steady and sure-footed, ready to work. I watched her go, and I understood, finally, why a species that had suffered so much would choose to revisit that suffering voluntarily, joyfully together. It was not because they had forgotten the pain. It was because they refused to let the pain be the only thing that survived. They celebrated because they were still here, and being still here together was the point. It had always been the point. I picked up the piece of bread the child had left for me. It was cold now, but I held it in my hands for a long time, feeling its weight, before I set it down again and returned to my work.
The Stray. The Missing Calories.
In which the numbers do not balance and Fendara begins to look for answers. The discrepancy was small. That was what troubled me most, not its existence but its persistence. A large discrepancy would suggest systemic failure, contaminated supplies, inaccurate population counts, distribution infrastructure malfunction. Those were problems I knew how to solve, but this was a whisper in the data, a thin and steady drain that appeared in every daily report like a hairline fracture in otherwise flawless glass. Reconstruction Zone 21 housed 412 registered humans. Their caloric allocation was calculated with the precision. The Hegemony Resource Allocation Division was known for body mass indices, metabolic rates adjusted for labor intensity, age-appropriate nutritional profiles, seasonal variation coefficients. Every gram of protein, every unit of carbohydrate, every essential mineral was accounted for. The system was, by design, perfect. And yet, each day, approximately 3% more calories were consumed than distributed. The number was consistent across a 14-week observation period. Not growing, not shrinking. A steady, quiet leak. I had eliminated the obvious explanations. The distribution scales were calibrated weekly. The population count was verified against biometric scans at each meal distribution. Waste audits showed normal levels. There was no black market. Zone 21 was too small, too isolated, and the humans here were too cooperative for that kind of economy to develop undetected. 3%. Every day, for 14 weeks. The numbers did not balance, and I could not determine why. I submitted my preliminary anomaly report to the division, with a note that I would be conducting a ground-level audit. This was unusual. Resource allocation analysts typically worked from the monitoring hub, reviewing data streams and adjusting distribution parameters remotely. But the data had failed me, and when data fails, direct observation becomes necessary. Zone 21 was a modest settlement carved into the ruins of what the humans called a coastal town. The occupation had leveled most of the original structures, but the humans had rebuilt with characteristic determination, using salvaged materials and hegemony-supplied construction kits to create a functional, if aesthetically inconsistent, cluster of shelters, workshops, and communal spaces. The settlement sat at the edge of a body of water that the humans called the bay, and the air carried a mineral quality that my atmospheric sensors noted, but that I had learned to ignore. I prepared my field observation kit, portable scanner, consumption tracking logs, a recording device for interviews if needed, and descended from the monitoring hub to walk among the humans for the first time in my 14-week assignment. The settlement was awake and functioning when I entered. Humans moved through the narrow pathways between shelters with the practiced ease of creatures who had mapped their territory through repetition. They carried tools, building materials, containers of water. Some nodded at me as I passed. The hegemony presence was familiar to them by now, and they had learned to treat us with the polite indifference that my briefing materials classified as cooperative neutrality. I cataloged the humans I encountered. A tall woman with close-cropped hair was repairing a section of roofing near the central pathway. The settlement register identified her as a Joa Mensa, age 38, skilled laborer, caloric allocation category B. Two men were unloading supply containers at the distribution point. Gregor Lund, age 45, and his son Tam Lund, age 19. A group of children were moving toward the learning station under the supervision of an elderly human named Bettina Sorrell, age 67, who walked with a cane fashioned from a piece of salvaged pipe. Everything appeared orderly. Everything appeared efficient. And yet, as I walked, I noticed details that did not fit neatly into my assessment grid. A young girl, perhaps 8 standard cycles, unregistered in my immediate files, was walking quickly between shelters, carrying something wrapped in a piece of cloth. The bundle was approximately the size of her forearm, and she held it against her chest with both hands, glancing around as she moved. When she saw me, she adjusted her path, taking a longer route that kept several structures between us. I noted this as evasive minor behavior and continued walking. Behind one of the residential shelters on the settlement's eastern edge, I observed a structure I had not seen in any of my overhead imaging surveys. It was small, perhaps 1 meter by 1 meter, constructed from scraps of reconstruction material, and lined with what appeared to be torn fabric. The structure was positioned against the shelter wall, partially concealed by a stack of supply crates. It looked to my eye like a miniature version of the human shelters themselves, scaled down to roughly 1/10 the size. I scanned it. It was empty, but the fabric lining showed signs of compression. Something had been resting inside it recently. I detected traces of organic matter, fur, skin cells, saliva, not human. I recorded the finding and moved on. There were many possible explanations. Reconstruction zones often attracted local fauna as the surrounding ecology recovered. The humans might have constructed this as a pest containment device, though its design did not match any trap configuration in my database. The 3% discrepancy hummed in the back of my mind as I continued my walk through the settlement, and I began to suspect that the answer would not be found in the distribution center's records.
The creatures they kept.
In which Fendara discovers where the missing calories are going. I found the first answer at midday behind a Joe Amensa's shelter. I had returned to the small structure I discovered earlier, this time equipped with a motion-activated observation sensor that I placed at a discreet distance. Within 2 hours, the sensor alerted me. I repositioned and watched. A Joe Amensa emerged from her shelter carrying a small container. She walked to the miniature structure, knelt beside it and made a sound, a soft, repetitive vocalization, low and rhythmic. "Come on, girl. Come on, Pepper. Lunch time." From beneath the stack of supply crates a creature emerged. It was a local quadruped, or rather a local species that was typically quadrupedal. This specimen had only 3 legs. The fourth, the front left, was missing from the joint down, the stump healed but obvious. The animal moved with a lurching, uneven gait that should have made it prey for any larger fauna in the area. Its fur was patchy, scarred, and one of its ears was torn. It was, by any biological fitness assessment, a creature that should not have survived. And yet here it was, pressing its blunt head against a Joe Amensa's knee while she poured the contents of the container, a portion of her midday ration. I realized, recognizing the grain mixture from the distribution center, into a shallow dish set inside the miniature shelter. "There you go, Pepper," she said, and the creature began to eat. I ran the numbers immediately. A Joe Amensa's daily caloric allocation was 2,100 units, calibrated for her body mass and labor classification. The portion she had just given to the 3-legged animal represented approximately 140 units, nearly 7% of her daily intake. She was, in effect, reducing herself to 93% of optimal nutrition to feed a damaged animal that provided no labor, no companionship value that I could quantify, and no reproductive potential for population sustainability. I watched as Ajoa sat beside the animal while it ate. She placed one hand on its back gently, avoiding the scarred areas, and she spoke to it in a quiet, continuous stream of words that carried no urgency and little informational content. She told it about her morning. She told it that the roof repair was going well. She told it that the weather was changing and she would add another layer of fabric to its shelter before the cold came. She was talking to it as if it understood. It did not understand. Its cognitive capacity was roughly equivalent to a hegemony maintenance drone, but Ajoa Mensa spoke to it as if every word mattered, and when the animal finished eating and pressed its head against her hand, she smiled in a way that I had not seen in any of my 14 weeks of remote observation, a smile that was private and warm and entirely unrelated to reconstruction metrics. Once I knew what to look for, the evidence was everywhere. Bettina Sorrel, the elderly woman with the pipe cane, kept a wounded bird in a basket by her sleeping area. The bird was a local avian species, unremarkable except for the fact that its right wing was immobilized with a splint constructed from 2 thin sticks and a strip of medical adhesive. The adhesive was from the Hegemony medical supply kit, which was allocated exclusively for human injuries. Bettina had diverted medical resources, minimal but measurable, to treat an animal that weighed less than 200 grams. She fed it seeds and grain from her own rations, softened with water into a paste that she delivered with a small stick, placing each portion directly into the bird's open mouth. The process took approximately 15 minutes, 3 times daily. 45 minutes of human labor per day, devoted to keeping alive a creature that, even if it recovered full flight capability, would contribute nothing to the settlement's survival. His name is Captain, Bettina told me when I approached her, making no attempt to hide the bird. She said it with a directness that suggested she did not consider what she was doing to be wrong. He flew into the distribution center wall 2 weeks ago. Wing was broken clean. Tam helped me set it. She stroked the bird's head with one finger. He'll fly again. Just needs time. Tam Lund's case was the most confounding. The young man, 19 standard cycles, strong, healthy, a category a laborer who should have been consuming every calorie allocated to him, was caring for an infant creature that I could not immediately identify. It was small, furred, with large dark eyes, and hands that gripped Tam's fingers with surprising strength. After consulting my species database, I identified it as a juvenile specimen of a local arboreal mammal, a species that the Hegemony's Ecological Survey had classified as non-sentient, minimal cognitive function, no strategic value. The infant's mother had presumably died during the occupation's environmental disruption. Tam had found it in the ruins 3 months earlier, he told me, barely alive, too young to feed itself. I just couldn't leave him there, Tam said, as if this explained everything. The creature was perched on his shoulder, one small hand wrapped around the collar of Tam's work shirt. He was crying. This little sound, like you know. He made a small, high-pitched sound, and the creature on his shoulder made a similar sound in response, and Tam smiled. Yeah, like that. So I picked him up. He had named the creature Moss. He fed it a portion of his evening ration, fruit, grain, whatever soft food was available, and carried it with him during the day, tucked inside his shirt when he was working on the reconstruction crews. His father, Gregor, had objected initially, Tam said. Not anymore. Dad makes the little guy a bed every night, Tam said, with a tone I classified as affectionate amusement. Out of his own blanket. Don't tell him I told you.
The Analyst's Dilemma.
In which Fendara must decide whether to report the resource diversion, and begins to question the framework. I returned to the monitoring hub that evening with a complete picture of the caloric discrepancy. My investigation had identified 11 separate instances of resource diversion across the settlement, 11 humans sharing their allocated rations with non-human creatures of various species, none of which served any productive function. The 3% daily deficit was fully accounted for. The report wrote itself. Resource misallocation identified. Cause: unauthorized diversion of nutritional supplies to non-registered non-human organisms. Recommended corrective action: confiscation and removal of all non-human organisms from the settlement perimeter. Counseling for affected humans regarding resource optimization during the reconstruction period. Increased monitoring of distribution center outputs. It was clean. It was logical. It was exactly what the division expected from a distribution efficiency analyst facing a quantifiable anomaly. I did not file it. Instead, I opened a secondary analysis, one I had not been asked to perform, one that the division would consider tangential to my assignment. I pulled the psychological stability indices, the labor productivity ratings, and the social cohesion scores for each of the 11 humans I had identified as engaging in resource diversion. The results were unexpected. A Joa Mensa, who gave 7% of her daily calories to a 3-legged animal named Pepper, had the highest labor productivity rating in the settlement. Not just high, the highest. Her output exceeded the Zone 21 average by 23%. Her psychological stability index was in the top quartile. Her sleep patterns were among the most regular in the population. Bettina Sorrell, who spent 45 minutes daily feeding a wounded bird named Captain, had not missed a single day at the learning station in 14 weeks. Her social interaction scores were the highest among the settlement's elderly population. She was teaching 3 children to read, and all 3 were progressing ahead of the hegemony's educational benchmarks. Tam Lund, who carried an orphaned creature named Moss inside his shirt while working construction, had 0 disciplinary incidents, 0 missed shifts, and had volunteered for additional labor rotations 4 times in the past month. His father, Gregor, who reportedly made a bed from his own blanket for the creature each night, showed similar metrics. Across all 11 humans, the pattern was consistent. The individuals diverting resources to non-human creatures were, by every measurable standard, performing better than the settlement average. Not worse, better. I stared at the data for a long time. It did not make sense. These humans were operating at a caloric deficit. They were spending time and energy on creatures that provided no return. By every resource optimization model the division had developed, they should have been showing signs of strain, reduced productivity, elevated stress markers, declining physical health. They were showing the opposite, and I did not know why. I went back to the settlement after dark, not for data collection. My sensors were gathering that continuously. I went because I needed to see something that I suspected my instruments could not measure. Ajoa Mensa was sitting outside her shelter in the cooling evening air. Pepper was beside her, the 3-legged animal curled against her thigh, its blunt head resting on her knee. Ajoa was not speaking. She was simply sitting, one hand moving slowly across the animal's scarred back, her eyes fixed on the darkening sky above the bay. Her breathing was slow and even. Her posture was relaxed in a way that I had not observed in any human during my assignment, not the relaxation of exhaustion, but the relaxation of something settled, something at peace. The animal shifted, pressing closer, and Ajoa adjusted her hand without looking down, as if the motion were as natural as breathing. I realized I was witnessing something that my analytical framework had no category for. It was not labor. It was not social maintenance. It was not survival behavior. It was something the humans did that served no purpose I could identify except that it made them. I struggled for the right word, whole. As if some part of them that the occupation had damaged could only be repaired by this specific act. The act of caring for something smaller, weaker, and more broken than themselves. I found Bettina Sorrell in the learning station, which she had converted into a sleeping space for herself and several of the settlement's unaccompanied children. Captain the bird was in his basket beside her cot, his splinted wing held carefully against his body. Bettina was reading to the children, a story from a book that had survived the occupation, its pages water-damaged and soft, and the bird was making a low, repetitive sound that I identified as a species-typical resting vocalization. The children were asleep, most of them, but Bettina continued reading, her voice barely above a whisper, and I understood that the reading was not for the children. It was for herself, and for the bird, and for the quality of the silence that surrounded them. A silence that was not empty but inhabited, warm, alive with the breathing of small creatures who trusted her enough to sleep in her presence. Tam Lund was on the settlement's perimeter, sitting on a section of the old seawall that the humans had not yet rebuilt. Moss was awake, perched on Tam's shoulder, its small hands grooming the hair behind Tam's ear. The bay stretched out before them, dark and vast, and Tam was speaking quietly, not to anyone, not to the creature specifically, but into the air, the way humans sometimes spoke when they were processing their own thoughts. "Mom would have loved you," he said to the creature, or to the bay, or to no one. "She always said the small things matter more than the big things." I didn't get it then. He reached up and touched the creature's small hand where it rested against his neck. "I get it now," he said.
The value of a life.
In which Fendara confronts the question the data cannot answer. I asked Ajoa Mensa why she fed Pepper. She looked at me as if the question were surprising, not offensive, but genuinely unexpected, as if I had asked why she breathed. "She was hurt," Ajoa said. "She was alone in the ruins, dragging herself around on 3 legs, eating garbage. What was I supposed to do?" "You were supposed to consume your full caloric allocation," I said. "Your body requires those nutrients for optimal function." Ajoa laughed, not unkindly. "I eat enough," she said. "Pepper doesn't eat much. And I don't know how to explain this to you." She paused, looking at the animal sleeping in its shelter. "When I found her, I was having bad nights, dreams about the occupation. Couldn't sleep, couldn't eat properly anyway. Then I started taking care of her and the bad nights got less. It's like taking care of something that needs you. It puts you back together. It gives you a reason to get up that isn't just about surviving." I noted this in my record. "You are suggesting that the act of caregiving has therapeutic value that compensates for the caloric deficit." Ajoa shrugged. "I'm suggesting that I love her and she needs me, and that's enough." I asked Gregor Lund why he made a bed for Moss each night from his own blanket. The older man was uncomfortable with the question. He shifted on his feet, crossed his arms, looked away. "My boy asked me to," he said, which I suspected was not the complete truth. "Your son found the creature 3 months ago," I said. "You objected initially." "I did." Gregor uncrossed his arms, then crossed them again. "Thought it was foolish. We barely have enough for ourselves. Why take on another mouth?" He was quiet for a moment. "But then I watched Tam with the thing, the way he holds it, the way he talks to it. He lost his mother in the occupation. He was going somewhere dark after. Quiet. Stopped talking to me. Stopped talking to anyone. Then he found that little creature, and it was like watching him come back, like watching a light turn on." Gregor's voice had thickened and he cleared his throat roughly. "So yeah, I make the bed. I'd give it my whole blanket if I had to, because my son is here again. My son is here and he's laughing and he's carrying this ridiculous little animal around inside his shirt, and that's worth more than a blanket. I found the girl in the late afternoon. She was the one I had noticed on my first walk. The child carrying the wrapped bundle, taking the evasive route between shelters. I had identified her in the settlement register. Yuki Tanaka, age 8, orphaned during the occupation, currently housed with Bettina Sorrell and the other unaccompanied children. She was kneeling beside a drainage structure at the settlement's edge, unwrapping her bundle. Inside were 3 small portions of food, a piece of bread, a handful of grain, a section of dried fruit, each carefully separated and wrapped individually. She placed them, one at a time, into the opening of the drainage structure. From within I heard small sounds, high-pitched mewling. Yuki reached into the drainage opening and withdrew a tiny creature, smaller than her hand, furred, eyes not yet open. Then another. Then another. 3 infant animals, newborn, blind, utterly helpless. Their mother was gone, dead perhaps, or driven away during the reconstruction. These infants would not survive without intervention. Yuki held them against her chest, all 3 cradled in her small hands, and she fed them the softened bread with her fingers, piece by tiny piece, with a patience and gentleness that seemed impossible for a child her age. I approached carefully. Yuki saw me and did not run. She looked at me with dark, serious eyes and held the infants closer, a protective gesture that was instinctive and unmistakable. "I know I'm supposed to eat all my food," she said before I could speak. Her voice was steady, but I could see the tension in her small shoulders. She was prepared to defend what she was doing. "Bettina says I need to eat everything, but they are so little, they can't get food by themselves." "They are not human," I said. I had not intended to say it that way, but the words came before I could refine them. Yuki looked at me. She did not seem offended. She seemed puzzled, as if I had stated something so obvious that she could not understand why I thought it needed saying. "I know," she said, "but they are alive." She returned her attention to the infants, feeding them with the same careful, deliberate movements. One of them made a small sound, a squeak, barely audible, and she smiled, and the smile was not complicated or layered or conflicted. It was simply warm. "When the bad things happened," she said, still looking at the creatures in her hands, "nobody came for us for a long time, and then people came. They didn't know us. We weren't anything to them, but they came anyway." She looked up at me again, and her eyes were clear. "That's what you do. When something is small and it needs help, you help it. You don't have to know why." I stood there for a long time after she returned to her feeding. The drainage structure was crude. The infants were unpromising. The food she was giving them was food her growing body needed. By every metric I had, what she was doing was inefficient, irrational, and counterproductive. And it was the most important thing I had seen in Reconstruction Zone 21.
What the numbers cannot measure.
In which Fendara rewrites the report and learns what efficiency truly means. I sat in the monitoring hub as the settlement quieted below me, and I did not write the report the division expected. Instead, I reviewed my data one more time, all of it: the caloric discrepancy, the 11 caretakers, the creatures they sustained, the psychological and physical metrics that defied every predictive model I had been trained to apply. I looked at the numbers, and for the first time in my career, I saw what the numbers could not show me. The 3% caloric deficit was real. The resource diversion was real. By the division standards, 412 humans were operating below optimal nutritional allocation because 11 of them had chosen to feed creatures that served no strategic purpose. But those 11 humans were the strongest in the settlement, the most productive, the most psychologically stable, the most socially connected. They were not weakened by their generosity, they were strengthened by it. And the settlement around them was stronger for their presence, because humans who have something to care for do not retreat into despair. They build. They teach. They repair roofs and read stories and volunteer for extra shifts because the act of keeping something alive, something small, something damaged, something that depends on them, reminds them that they are more than survivors. They are caretakers, and caretaking for this species is not a drain on resources. It is a resource itself. My report to the division was unlike any I had submitted before. I documented the caloric discrepancy and its cause. I provided the data on the 11 caretakers and their creatures. And then I wrote something that the Resource Allocation Division had never received from a distribution efficiency analyst. I wrote that the 3% deficit should be reclassified, not as waste, not as misallocation, not as a problem to be corrected. I recommended that it be classified as an investment in a form of psychological and social infrastructure that the hegemony's models did not yet account for. I recommended that future resource allocations for human reconstruction zones include a discretionary buffer, a small percentage of additional calories that the humans could distribute as they saw fit, to whatever creatures or causes they deemed worthy of sustaining. I called it the compassion margin. I suspected the division would find the term imprecise. I could not think of a better one. I walked through the settlement at dawn one more time. The light was coming up over the bay, turning the water from dark to silver, and the air was cool and carried the salt mineral smell that I had stopped noticing, but now found myself attending to, as if my senses had widened overnight. Ajoa Mensa was already awake, sitting outside her shelter with Pepper. The three-legged animal was pressed against her leg, and Ajoa was eating her breakfast, her full breakfast, I noted, minus the small portion she had set aside in the dish inside Pepper's shelter. She looked up as I passed and I nodded back, and something passed between us that was not data and not language but was, I thought, understanding. Bettina Sorrel was in the learning station, Captain's basket beside her as she prepared the morning's lessons. The bird was awake, its head turning to track movement, its splinted wing held carefully still. Bettina was humming, a low, tuneless sound that seemed to comfort both the bird and herself. Tam Lund was at the reconstruction site, moss tucked inside his shirt, one small furred hand gripping the collar. Gregor was beside him, and as I watched, the older man reached over and adjusted the creature's position inside Tam's shirt. A small, practiced gesture that spoke of repetition, of routine, of something that had become as natural as checking the integrity of a load-bearing wall. I found Yuki Tanaka at the drainage structure. She was there before the other children were awake, kneeling in the early light, feeding her 3 blind infants with the same careful patience I had observed the day before. One of them had grown slightly. I could see it, the marginal increase in body mass that meant the feeding was working, that these small helpless creatures were surviving because an 8-year-old girl who had survived the near extinction of her species had decided that their lives mattered. She looked up at me as I approached, and this time she did not tense. She held up one of the infants, the smallest, the weakest, the one that any resource allocation model would have flagged as non-viable. "This one opened her eyes today," Yuki said, and she smiled, and the smile contained nothing but joy, pure, uncalculated, freely given joy at the fact that a tiny creature had opened its eyes to see the world for the first time. I looked at the infant in her hands. Its eyes were open, dark and new, blinking in the morning light. It did not know what it was seeing. It did not know that it was alive because a child who had nothing had chosen to give what little she had. I thought about the hegemony's resource models. I thought about caloric optimization and distribution efficiency and the careful arithmetic of survival. And I understood, finally, what the models could not capture and what no amount of data could quantify. Humans do not calculate the value of a life before deciding to save it. They do not weigh the cost against the return. They do not ask whether a 3-legged animal or a wounded bird or a blind infant creature is worth the calories it takes to keep it alive. They see something small and broken and in need, and they reach out, not because it is efficient, not because it is rational, not because it serves the species, but because something in them cannot do otherwise. This is not a weakness. This is not an inefficiency. This is the thing that makes them human, the thing that survived the occupation, the near extinction, the long rebuilding. The capacity to look at a creature that offers nothing and say, "You are alive, and that is enough. You matter, and I will prove it with the only currency I have." I left Yuki to her feeding and walked back toward the monitoring hub. The settlement was waking around me. Humans emerging into the morning light, beginning another day of reconstruction, of recovery, of the slow and steady work of rebuilding a world. And among them, in shelters and baskets and drainage structures and the warm spaces inside work shirts, Small creatures stirred and ate and slept and opened their eyes, kept alive by a generosity that no model had predicted. No analysis could explain, and no report could adequately describe. The 3% deficit remained in my data. I left it there. Some numbers, I was learning, tell a story that is larger than their sum.
The rumor.
The verified channel in which the official information network functions exactly as designed. I have spent 11 cycles analyzing communication networks across 9 reconstruction zones. I am, by any reasonable measure, very good at what I do. Information is the substrate of civilization, not food, not shelter, not the physical infrastructure that so many of my colleagues obsess over. Those things matter, certainly, but without reliable information flowing through reliable channels, even the most abundant resources sit unused in warehouses while populations go without. I have seen it happen. I have fixed it. My new assignment was Reconstruction Zone 13, a mid-density human settlement on a temperate continent, population roughly 42,000. The zone had been operating for just over 3 local years. Infrastructure was progressing, agricultural output was within acceptable parameters, and the information network, my particular concern, appeared to be functioning well. The Hegemony Information Network for Zone 13 consisted of 412 display terminals distributed across communal areas, workstations, and residential blocks. Each terminal provided real-time access to verified bulletins, weather forecasts, resource allocation schedules, construction timelines, medical advisories, and administrative announcements. Every piece of information displayed on these terminals had been verified by at least 2 independent sources before publication. Every update carried a timestamp, a source attribution, and a confidence rating. It was, if I may say so, an elegant system. Clean, transparent, trustworthy precisely because it could be audited at every level. Usage rates were adequate, not exceptional but adequate. 71% of the population accessed the terminals at least once per day. 43% accessed them multiple times. The remaining 29%, well, every population has its less engaged members. I noted this as an area for modest improvement and moved on to what I assumed would be a routine field survey. I was wrong about the routine part. Zone 13 was pleasant enough, as human settlements go. The buildings were the standard modular construction, prefabricated panels in muted grays and browns, functional but not ugly. The streets followed a logical grid pattern. People moved through them with the purposeful gait of a population that has work to do and generally knows where to find it. I set up my monitoring station in the administrative building, a corner office with a window overlooking the central market square. From there, I could observe foot traffic patterns, terminal usage, and the general flow of daily life. I activated my monitoring suite, calibrated the sensors, and began my baseline observations. The first thing I noticed was the water distribution schedule. According to the bulletin posted at 1400 hours, the Eastern Pump Station would undergo maintenance beginning Thursday, with service restored by Saturday. This was accurate, verified information. It had been posted on 37 terminals in the eastern residential sector. But by the time I checked the foot traffic data that evening, I found something odd. Residents in the eastern sector had already begun adjusting their water collection patterns, filling extra containers, visiting the western pump station, and they had started doing this on Tuesday, 2 days before the bulletin was posted. I checked the terminal access logs. None of them had received this information from the network. The bulletin had not existed on Tuesday. It had not even been drafted on Tuesday. So how did they know?
The parallel channel.
In which Zeth Kara discovers that information is flowing through a system that has no infrastructure at all. I spent the next 3 days tracing the water schedule information backward through the population. This required old-fashioned work, interviews, observation, careful documentation. The hegemony monitoring systems are excellent at tracking digital information flows, but this information had never been digital. It had no signature, no timestamp, no source attribution. It existed only in the memories of the people who had heard it. The trail led me through 17 individuals before I found the origin point. A woman named Dara Okonkwo, mid-40s, employed as a maintenance technician at the Eastern Pump Station. On Monday evening, she had spoken to her neighbor, Fen Vasquez, while they were both tending the communal garden plots behind their residential block. "The pump's been making that sound again," Dara had said. According to Fen's recollection, same thing it did last quarter. They'll probably have to pull it offline for a couple days. I'd fill up some extra containers if I were you. That was it. That was the entire transmission. No verification, no confidence rating, no source attribution beyond, Dara said. And yet within 36 hours, this information had propagated through the eastern sector with remarkable efficiency. Fen told 3 neighbors. Those neighbors told their work crews. The work crews mentioned it at the evening meal hall. By Wednesday morning, most of the eastern sector was quietly preparing for a water interruption that had not yet been officially announced. The information was approximately correct. The pump station did require maintenance. It did go offline Thursday. Service was restored Saturday. But Dara's version contained no specifics, no dates, no duration estimate, no technical details. She had inferred the situation from the sound the pump was making, based on her personal experience with similar failures. It was, by hegemony information standards, entirely inadequate, unverified, unattributed, imprecise. And yet it had been more useful than the official bulletin because it had arrived 2 days earlier. I filed this as an anomaly and continued monitoring. I expected it was an isolated incident, a single resourceful technician sharing specialized knowledge with her immediate community. Unusual perhaps, but not systemic. Within a week, I had documented 43 similar incidents. The examples accumulated with alarming speed. A man named Jorge Petrov told his construction crew that new seed stock was arriving from Zone 8. No bulletin confirmed this. No supply manifest had been published. The crew spent their off hours preparing planting beds in the southern agricultural section, turning soil, clearing drainage channels, building cold frames. 3 days later, the seed stock arrived. The planting beds were ready. If the crew had waited for the official bulletin, they would have lost 4 days of the growing season. A teenager named Mira Chen told her schoolmates that the medical clinic was going to start offering dental services. This information did not appear on any terminal for another week. But by the time the official announcement was made, the clinic had already received 217 appointment requests, hand-delivered on scraps of paper. The clinic administrator, when I asked how this was possible, simply shrugged. "Word gets around," she said. A retired engineer named Hassan Al-Farsi mentioned at the evening meal that the bridge over the Eastern Creek was going to be widened. He based this on nothing more than having seen a surveyor's team taking measurements. Within days, residents along the Eastern Road had cleared their market stalls back from the roadway in anticipation of construction traffic. The bridge widening was approved the following week. I compiled the data. 43 instances of information transmission through what I was now calling the parallel channel. Of these, 31 proved to be substantially accurate, a 72% accuracy rate. The remaining 12 were either partially correct, premature, or based on misunderstandings that were self-correcting within the network. None of the 43 had caused measurable harm. Several had produced measurable benefits: early preparation, efficient resource allocation, reduced response times. The parallel channel had no infrastructure, no terminals, no servers, no verification protocols. It operated through face-to-face conversation, hand gestures, notes scribbled on scraps of recycled paper. It had no administrators, no editors, no quality control. It was, by every metric the hegemony uses to evaluate information systems, a disaster waiting to happen. And it was outperforming my network.
The architecture of trust.
In which Zeth Kara discovers the invisible structure beneath the chaos. I spent 2 weeks mapping the parallel channel. I tracked every instance of person-to-person information transfer I could identify, noting who spoke to whom, what was communicated, and whether the recipient passed the information along. I built a network diagram, nodes and connections, just like mapping any communication system. The result was startling. The parallel channel was not random. It was not chaotic. It had a clear topology, a structure as defined and consistent as any engineered network. But the structure was not based on geography or administrative hierarchy. It was based on something I had no metric for, something the humans called, when I asked them about it, trust. Dara Okonkwo was a major node. Not because she held any official position, she was a maintenance technician, mid-level at best, but information that passed through Dara was treated as reliable by nearly everyone who received it. When I asked residents why they believed Dara's assessments, the answers were variations of the same theme. Because it's Dara. She knows what she's talking about. She wouldn't say it if she wasn't sure. Jorge Petrov was another node, but of a different type. Where Dara's authority came from technical expertise, Jorge's came from social connection. He knew people in every sector of the settlement: construction workers, administrators, agricultural teams, medical staff. His information was often second-hand or third-hand, assembled from fragments gathered across his unusually wide social network. His accuracy rate was lower than Dara's, roughly 60%, but his coverage was extraordinary. If something was happening anywhere in Zone 13, Jorge usually heard about it first. And then there was old Hassan al-Farsi, who represented yet another category entirely. Hassan's information was frequently speculative, inferences drawn from observation, pattern recognition developed over a long lifetime. He was wrong nearly as often as he was right. But the humans still listened to him, still passed along his observations, still factored them into their planning. When I asked why, a young woman named Lena gave me the most confusing answer of all. Hassan's been through things, she said. When he has a feeling about something, it's worth paying attention to. A feeling. They were incorporating feelings into their information network. I decided to ask directly. One evening I found Fen Vasquez in the communal garden, the same garden where she had first heard Dara's water pump assessment. She was kneeling in the dark soil, transplanting seedlings with the careful precision that humans bring to growing things. "May I ask you something?" I said. She looked up, unsurprised. The humans in Zone 13 had grown accustomed to my presence, my questions, my careful note-taking. Most of them found me mildly amusing. "Sure," she said. When Dara told you about the water pump, you adjusted your water collection schedule based on that conversation. But the official bulletin, which was verified and precise, was available 2 days later. Why didn't you wait for the verified information? Fen sat back on her heels and considered this. She had dirt on her hands and a smudge of it on her forehead. Because Dara told me, she said, as if this were self-evident. But the information was unverified. It was verified, Fen said. It was verified by being Dara. I must have looked confused because Fen wiped her hands on her trousers and tried again. Look, she said. I've known Dara for 3 years. I know she's careful. I know she doesn't exaggerate. I know she understands pumps better than anyone in this sector. When Dara says the pump sounds wrong, that's not unverified, that's verified by everything I know about Dara. But you cannot audit her methodology, I said. You cannot confirm her data sources or assess her confidence interval. Fen laughed, not unkindly. I don't need to audit her methodology. I've watched her fix 3 pumps, 2 generators, and a water recycler. I've seen her be right when the official reports were wrong. I trust Dara. She paused. I don't trust your terminals, not because they are wrong, they're usually right. But they are right the way a clock is right. There's nobody behind it. Nobody who cares whether I'm ready for the outage or not. That phrase stayed with me for a long time. Right the way a clock is right.
The living network.
In which the rumor reveals what verification cannot. The test came 6 weeks into my assignment, in the form of a severe weather system, a fast-moving storm with high winds, and the potential for flooding in the low-lying eastern sector. The Hegemony Meteorological Service detected the system at approximately 1100 hours and issued a verified weather advisory at 11:45. The advisory was accurate, detailed, and comprehensive. It included wind speed projections, rainfall estimates, flood risk assessments for each sector, and recommended precautions. It appeared on 412 terminals simultaneously. But by 11:45, the eastern sector was already in motion. Dara Okonkwo had noticed the pressure drop at 11:10. She said later that her knees always ached before a bad storm, which I initially dismissed as superstition, until I learned that changes in barometric pressure can indeed cause joint discomfort in humans. She had told Fen. Fen had told the communal garden crew. The garden crew had told the meal hall staff. By 11:30, a full 15 minutes before the official advisory, the eastern sector was securing loose equipment, moving supplies to higher ground, and checking on elderly residents who lived alone. And the information that flowed through the parallel channel was not the same as what appeared on the terminals. The terminals said, severe weather advisory, expected wind speed 60-80 km/h, flood risk, moderate for sectors E1, E4, recommended action, secure loose objects, avoid low-lying areas. The parallel channel said something different. It said, big storm coming, get your stuff inside. It said, Fen, can you check on Mrs. Okafor? She won't come to the shelter unless someone goes to get her. It said, Jorge, the construction site on Block 7, those roof panels aren't bolted yet, they'll fly. It said, someone tell the school to keep the children inside and tell them not to be scared, it's just wind. The same information, storm approaching, take precautions, but wrapped in specificity, in knowledge of particular people and particular vulnerabilities, in the texture of a community that knows itself. The official bulletin could tell you the wind speed. The parallel channel could tell you which roof panels would fly and which old woman needed someone to walk her to the shelter. I watched from my office window as the storm arrived. The eastern sector handled it with remarkable coordination. Minimal damage. No injuries. Every vulnerable resident accounted for. The response was faster, more targeted, and more effective than anything the official advisory alone could have produced. When I reviewed the terminal access logs afterward, I found that only 12% of Eastern Sector residents had accessed the official weather advisory before the storm hit. The rest had already received their information, along with specific instructions, personal reassurances, and offers of help, through the parallel channel. That evening, the meal hall was full. The storm had passed, leaving behind wet streets and a few downed tree branches, and the particular charged stillness that follows violent weather. The humans were doing something I had observed before but never fully understood. They were telling each other what had happened. This seemed redundant. They had all experienced the same storm. They had all been in the same sector, dealing with the same wind and rain. What new information could possibly be exchanged? But I listened, and slowly I began to understand that they were not exchanging information. They were exchanging experience. Dara described how the pump station shutter had nearly come loose, sounded like a gunshot when it hit the wall, and 3 people who had not been near the pump station nodded as though they could hear it. Jorge described how the construction crew had managed to secure the roof panels on Block 7 with 6 minutes to spare, and the telling of it transformed a frantic scramble into something that sounded almost heroic. Old Hassan said he had known it would be a bad one because the birds had gone quiet at 10 o'clock, and nobody contradicted him, even though this information was entirely unverifiable. And Fenn described walking Mrs. Ackhafer to the shelter, how the old woman had insisted on bringing her photograph album, how they had hurried through the rain together, Fenn's arm around Mrs. Ackhafer's shoulders, the album wrapped in a plastic bag, how Mrs. Ackhafer had said, "If I lose this, I lose everyone," and Fenn had said, "You won't lose it. I've got you." The room was quiet for a moment after that. Not silent, humans are rarely truly silent, but quiet in the way that means something has been felt by everyone present. Then someone asked if there was more soup, and someone else started telling a different story, and the hum of conversation resumed. I sat in my corner of the meal hall and looked at my data. I had been tracking the parallel channel as an information system, mapping its topology, measuring its accuracy, assessing its efficiency. And by those metrics, it was impressive but flawed. 72% accuracy. No verification protocols. No quality control. But I had been measuring the wrong things. The parallel channel was not an information system. It was a trust system. The information it carried was almost incidental, a vehicle for something else entirely. When Dara told Fenn about the pump, she was not merely transmitting data. She was saying, "I know something that affects you and I care enough to tell you." When Fenn went to get Mrs. Ackhafer, she was not merely executing a disaster response protocol. She was saying, "You matter to me and I will not let you face this alone." The official network could deliver information. The parallel channel delivered relationship.
The frequency of connection.
In which Zeth Kara files a report that no one at headquarters will quite understand. My report was due at the end of the quarter. I sat in my office late into the evening, the settlement quiet around me, the glow of the terminal screen the only light. I had written 11 drafts. None of them said what I needed them to say. The facts were simple enough. Zone 13's official information network was functioning within acceptable parameters. Usage rates could be improved. Terminal placement could be optimized. I had 14 specific recommendations for incremental enhancements that would increase efficiency by an estimated 8 to 12%. But I also had to address the parallel channel. The hegemony would want to know about it. They would want to know if it was a threat to information integrity, a vector for misinformation, a symptom of population distrust in official systems. They would want to know if it should be discouraged, regulated, or eliminated. I stared at the cursor blinking on my screen and thought about Fen Vasquez kneeling in the garden, dirt on her hands, saying, "I don't trust your terminals. I trust Dara." I thought about what I had learned in Zone 13. I had arrived believing that the purpose of an information system was to deliver verified data to a population, accurately, efficiently, and at scale. I still believed that. The hegemony network was a good system. It served an important function. I would not recommend dismantling it or reducing its scope. But I had learned that humans operate a second system, older, slower, less precise, and utterly indispensable. They do not merely receive information. They receive it from someone, and the someone matters more than the something. A verified bulletin from an anonymous source is data. An unverified observation from a trusted neighbor is knowledge. The difference is not accuracy. The difference is that knowledge comes wrapped in a relationship, in the accumulated evidence of years of shared experience, of promises kept and help given and presence maintained through difficulty. The humans do not trust information. They trust people. And when they trust a person, the information that person carries is transformed, elevated from mere data into something that can be acted upon, argued with, refined, and woven into the fabric of collective understanding. I finished my report just before dawn. I recommended that the parallel channel be documented but not disrupted. I described it as a complementary informal communication network with significant community resilience benefits. I supported this with data, accuracy rates, response time comparisons, the storm event case study. I kept it clinical, professional, defensible. But I knew that my report, like the official bulletins on the terminals, was only carrying data. The understanding, the real understanding, could not be transmitted through official channels. It could not be verified, time-stamped, or attributed. It could only be experienced. I walked through the settlement as the first light came over the eastern hills. The air was cool and clean from yesterday's rain. A woman I did not know was hanging laundry on a line strung between two residential blocks, and she called out to a man passing on the street below. "Karim, tell your wife the clinic moved her appointment to Thursday. Dr. Vasquez said morning is better for the blood work." The man, Karim, looked up and nodded. "Thanks, Lucia. Hey, I heard they are opening a second classroom in the East Wing. You should get your daughter's name in." "Already did," Lucia said, smiling. "Fen told me yesterday." Of course she did. Fen told her because Fen knew her, because Fen knew she had a daughter the right age, because somewhere in the vast, uncharted network of human relationships, Fen and Lucia were connected by threads of familiarity and reciprocity, and care that no terminal could replicate and no bulletin could replace. I stood in the cool morning air and watched the parallel channel come alive around me. Greetings exchanged across garden fences. Quick conversations at water pumps. A wave and a shouted update between two women walking in opposite directions. 42,000 people waking up and reaching out to each other, not because they needed information, but because they needed each other. The information was just the excuse, the vehicle, the reason to say, "I see you, I thought of you, I know something that matters to your life, and I am telling you because you matter to mine." The rumor, I understood at last, was not a failure of the information system. It was the oldest information system in existence. Older than writing, older than language itself, perhaps. The simple, unverifiable, magnificently human act of leaning over a fence and saying to your neighbor, "I heard something. I thought you should know." not because the information was verified, but because the person telling you had been verified by years of proximity, by accumulated trust, by the simple evidence of showing up again and again in the small, ordinary moments that make a community a community. I closed my notebook, watched the sun clear the hills, and walked to the meal hall for breakfast. On the way, a man I recognized from the construction crew nodded to me. "Storms cleared out," he said. "Should be good weather for a week, maybe more." Jorge talked to a farmer from Zone 12 who reads the clouds. "That information is unverified," I said. He grinned. "Yeah," he said, "but Jorge is usually right." I found, to my surprise, that I believed him, not because I had verified the weather data, but because I was beginning to understand what it meant to trust someone, to let the weight of personal knowledge stand in for the precision of institutional verification. It was an entirely unscientific way to assess information, and it was, I was starting to suspect, one of the most sophisticated communication technologies in the galaxy.
The rehearsal.
The productive zone in which everything runs ahead of schedule and nothing appears to be wrong. I have a gift for efficiency, not the crude kind, not the brute calculus of squeezing more labor from fewer bodies. That approach is wasteful in its own way, burning through populations like fuel generating short-term output at the cost of long-term collapse. No, my expertise is in optimization, finding the places where effort is misallocated, where processes contain unnecessary steps, where the gap between potential productivity and actual productivity can be narrowed through careful adjustment. Reconstruction Zone 18 was, by the numbers, one of the hegemony's success stories. Population, 28,000. Operational duration, 4 local years. Housing completion, 14% ahead of schedule. Agricultural yield, within 3% of projected targets despite 2 difficult growing seasons. Infrastructure development, roads, water systems, power distribution, progressing steadily and on budget. The humans in Zone 18 were, to put it simply, getting things done. My assignment was to determine why this particular zone was outperforming comparable settlements, document the contributing factors, and produce recommendations that could be applied elsewhere. A pleasant assignment. I expected to find competent leadership, well-designed workflows, perhaps a favorable demographic mix, the usual ingredients of productive communities. The preliminary data was encouraging. Work crews in Zone 18 operated with unusually high coordination. Construction teams communicated efficiently, anticipated each other's needs, and transitioned between tasks with minimal downtime. The supply chain, always a challenge in reconstruction zones, functioned with a reliability that bordered on elegant. Materials arrived where they were needed, when they were needed, with a consistency that suggested either excellent planning or excellent adaptation. Probably both. I arrived in Zone 18 on a clear morning, the kind of day that makes even prefabricated settlement architecture look almost inviting. The settlement was laid out along a river valley, residential blocks stepping up the gentle eastern slope, agricultural terraces on the western bank, the industrial and construction zones occupying the flat ground between. It had a logic to it that I appreciated immediately. These humans had read their landscape well. I reported to the Settlement Administration Office, presented my credentials, and was assigned a workspace overlooking the main construction yard. From my window I could watch the crews at work, a constant choreography of lifting, carrying, measuring, and fastening that produced, day by day, the physical substance of a functioning community. Everything was in order. Everything was productive. I settled in to observe, to measure, and to understand. It took me 4 days to find the anomaly. The anomaly appeared in the weekly productivity summaries. Every 7 days, specifically, every Sunday between 1000 hours and 1200 hours, aggregate output across the settlement dropped by approximately 18%. Construction activity fell to near zero. Agricultural work continued at reduced levels. Even the administrative offices showed decreased activity. I checked for explanations. Weather events, no correlation. Supply disruptions, none recorded during the relevant periods. Equipment failures, no pattern. Holiday observances. The humans in Zone 18 came from diverse cultural backgrounds and did not share a common rest day. Yet every Sunday, like clockwork, a significant portion of the population simply stopped producing. I pulled the location tracking data for the relevant time periods and found something I did not expect. The missing workers were not resting. They were not idle. They were all converging on the same location, a large cleared area at the northern edge of the settlement between the last row of residential blocks and the tree line, and they were engaged in intense physical activity. But the activity produced nothing. No structures were built, no crops were planted, no materials were processed. Whatever they were doing, it left no trace in the output data. I decided to go see for myself.
The practice of catastrophe.
In which Varnkel witnesses humans preparing for disasters that do not exist. Sunday morning, 1000 hours. I stood at the edge of the northern clearing and watched approximately 3,000 humans arrange themselves into orderly groups. They wore their work clothes, construction coveralls, agricultural boots, medical scrubs. Some carried equipment, coiled rope, first aid kits, stretchers fashioned from canvas and wooden poles. A woman near the front, tall, dark-haired, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority, raised her hand and the clearing fell silent. "Scenario 1, she called out, her voice carrying cleanly across the open ground. "Structural collapse, residential block 12. Multiple casualties, some trapped. Fire risk from ruptured gas lines. Go." And they went. 300 people moved toward the residential sector at a disciplined jog, splitting into teams as they ran. One team headed for the designated assembly point outside Block 12. Another circled to what would be the upwind approach if there were a fire. A third set up a triage station on the grassy strip between blocks, laying out medical supplies with practiced efficiency. Block 12 was not collapsing. There was no fire. There were no casualties. The building stood intact and occupied, its residents watching from their windows with mild interest as their neighbors pretended it had fallen on people. I watched a man named Riku Tanaka crawl into a gap between 2 storage containers that had been arranged to simulate a collapsed wall. He was searching for survivors. There were no survivors. There was only a weighted practice dummy that someone had wedged into the gap. But Riku searched with urgent, methodical care, calling out, listening, calling out again. When he located the dummy, he secured it to a backboard with straps and webbing, protecting the head and neck exactly as one would protect a living person with a spinal injury. Beside the triage station, a young woman named Priya Sharma was practicing applying a tourniquet to the arm of her colleague, a large man named Beck who sat patiently while she worked. She applied it, checked the tension, released it, and applied it again. Then again. She was not satisfied with her speed. 45 seconds, she said, frowning at the watch strapped to her wrist. "I need to be under 30. Beck was not bleeding. His arm was fine, but Priya practiced as though the next 30 seconds might decide whether he lived or died. The tall woman, I later learned her name, was Captain Alina Vasquez, though the title was informal, conferred by the community rather than any hegemony authority, moved through the exercise calling adjustments. Block 12 is now fully involved in fire. Evacuation radius expands to 100 meters. Medical teams relocate triage to secondary position. Search teams, you have 8 minutes to clear the building before we pull you out. There was no fire. No one needed to evacuate, but 3,000 people responded as though the words had made it real. The exercise continued for 2 full hours. They ran 4 scenarios in total. After the structural collapse, they practiced a flood evacuation, moving supplies and vulnerable residents to high ground along a route that had been pre-marked with colored flags. Then a medical emergency. A simulated disease outbreak requiring the rapid establishment of an isolation ward and contact tracing procedures. Then finally, a fire in the agricultural storage facility requiring coordinated firefighting with bucket brigades and hand-pumped water lines. None of these things were happening. The river was at normal levels. No one was sick. The storage facility stood undamaged. But for 2 hours, 3,000 people, roughly 11% of the settlement's working population, treated each scenario as though it were real. They shouted. They ran. They carried each other on stretchers. They argued about tactics and timing. A team of children, perhaps 30 of them, practiced a simplified evacuation route under the supervision of 2 teachers, walking in pairs to a designated safe area, and then walking back and doing it again until they could complete the route in under 4 minutes. I calculated the productivity cost. 3,000 workers multiplied by 2 hours every 7 days. That was 6,000 labor hours per week, or roughly 312,000 labor hours per year. At the settlement's average productivity rate, this represented approximately 1,400 housing units that could have been built, or 200 hectares of additional agricultural land that could have been prepared. The waste was staggering, and it was waste. By every measure I could apply, these hours produced nothing. No structures, no food, no infrastructure. The drills consumed time, energy, and materials. The rope, the bandages, the stretchers, the flags, without generating any tangible output. I returned to my office and began drafting a recommendation. The drills should be reduced to quarterly exercises with a small core team. I wrote, full population participation was unnecessary and counterproductive. A rotating roster of volunteers could maintain basic emergency readiness at a fraction of the labor cost. The recovered hours could be redirected to construction, accelerating the housing timeline and improving quality of life metrics across the settlement. It was a clean, defensible recommendation. The numbers supported it unambiguously. I scheduled a meeting with Captain Vasquez for the following morning to discuss implementation. I expected her to be reasonable about it. She was, after all, clearly an organized and practical person. She would see the logic.
The refusal.
In which the humans declined to be optimized. Captain Elena Vasquez sat across from me in the small conference room, her hands folded on the table. She had the calm, direct gaze of someone who has listened to many arguments and is prepared to listen to one more. I appreciated that. I prefer dealing with reasonable people. I presented my analysis. I was thorough. I showed her the labor-hour calculations, the opportunity cost projections, the comparison with other zones that managed emergency preparedness. With smaller commitments, I proposed the rotating roster system. I showed how the recovered hours could accelerate the housing timeline by an estimated 3 months. I was respectful of the drill's intent. I acknowledged that some level of emergency preparedness was prudent. while demonstrating that the current scale was disproportionate to the risk. It was a good presentation. I had given similar ones in 6 other zones, and the recommendations had been accepted in 5 of them. Vasquez listened without interruption. When I finished, she sat for a moment considering. Then she said, "No, no," I said. "The drills stay as they are, full participation every Sunday." "Captain Vasquez, the data clearly shows. The data shows the cost," she said. "It doesn't show the value." I paused. This was a familiar objection, the appeal to intangible benefits that could not be quantified. I had heard it before in other zones from other leaders who were emotionally attached to their routines. "With respect," I said, "value that cannot be measured is difficult to distinguish from value that does not exist." She looked at me for a long moment, not angry, not defensive, something else, something patient, as though she were deciding how to explain color to someone who had never seen it. "The drill is not for the disaster we expect," she said. "It's for the one we don't." Vasquez leaned forward. "You ran your numbers on 4 scenarios: collapse, flood, fire, epidemic. And you're right, none of those things may happen here. Maybe we're lucky. Maybe the river never floods, the buildings never fall, the storage never catches fire. You want us to prepare less because the probability is low. I want you to prepare proportionally," I said. "Allocate resources based on risk assessment." "Risk assessment," she repeated, and something shifted in her voice. "Before the war, before the hegemony, I was a civil engineer in a coastal city. We had risk assessments. We had probability models. We had emergency plans designed by very smart people who had calculated exactly which disasters were likely and allocated resources accordingly." She paused. "The disaster that hit us was not on the list. It was not in any model. It was something no one had predicted because no one had imagined it. And when it came, the plans that were designed for the predicted disasters were useless. The buildings that had been reinforced against earthquakes collapsed from something else entirely. The evacuation routes that had been mapped for flooding were blocked by something no one had foreseen." "Do you know who survived?" Vasquez said. "Not the people with the best plans, not the people in the most reinforced buildings. The people who survived were the ones who knew how to respond to chaos, the ones who had practiced not for a specific disaster but for the experience of disaster itself. The confusion, the fear, the need to make decisions with incomplete information, the absolute requirement to work with the people around you even when nothing makes sense." She sat back. "That's what we practice. Not scenarios, not specific emergencies. We practice being people who respond, who move when things go wrong, who carry each other, who know in their muscles and their nerves what it feels like to act under pressure so that when the real pressure comes, and it will come, they don't freeze." "You cannot know that it will come," I said. "No," she agreed. "That's exactly the point." I sat with that for a moment. The logic was circular by my standards. Prepare for everything because you cannot predict anything. Spend resources on readiness because you cannot calculate the specific return. It was the opposite of optimization. It was, from an efficiency standpoint, a deliberate embrace of waste. And yet the conviction in her voice was not the conviction of someone arguing a position. It was the conviction of someone describing something they had seen.
The deeper rehearsal.
In which Varnkel begins to see what the drill actually builds. The following Sunday, I returned to the northern clearing, not to calculate labor hours this time, to watch. The scenario was a chemical spill at the water treatment facility, another event that was not happening, another invisible emergency treated as absolute reality. But this time I did not watch the scenario. I watched the people. I watched Riku Tanaka, The man who had crawled into the simulated rubble the week before, take a younger worker aside before the exercise began. The younger man, perhaps 19, was new to the settlement. Riku spent 5 minutes showing him how to tie the rescue knots, guiding his hands through the motions with a patience that had nothing to do with the scenario and everything to do with the boy himself. "Like this," Riku said. "Good. Again. You'll get it." Everyone's slow the first time. I watched Priya Sharma teaching a group of teenagers the basics of triage, how to assess an unconscious person, how to check for breathing, how to position someone to keep their airway clear. The teenagers were attentive but nervous. Priya noticed one girl hanging back, uncertain, and drew her in gently. "Here, put your hand here. Feel that. That's the pulse. You just saved this person's life. Good." The girl smiled. She would remember that moment. I watched a construction foreman named Lars Eriksson working alongside a schoolteacher named Amara Diallo. In their normal lives, these two had almost no reason to interact, different sectors, different schedules, different work. But here, on the drill field, they were a team. Lars knew structures. He could assess a damaged building and tell you which walls were bearing loads and which could be breached for rescue access. Amara knew people. She could calm a frightened child, organize a group of panicked civilians, keep a crowd moving in the right direction without creating a stampede. Together, they were remarkably effective. And they knew each other, not as acquaintances but as partners, forged through dozens of these Sunday mornings. Lars trusted Amara's crowd management the way he trusted a load-bearing wall. Amara trusted Lars's structural assessments the way she trusted her own curriculum plans. This trust had been built through repetition, through shared practice, through the weekly ritual of facing imaginary catastrophe together. I began to see the invisible architecture. The drills were not building emergency skills, or rather, they were not only building emergency skills. They were building a web of relationships that crossed every boundary in the settlement: age, profession, neighborhood, background. Every Sunday, 3,000 people practiced relying on each other. They practiced trust. They practiced the fundamental act of saying, "I will carry you when you cannot walk, and I trust you to carry me." After the drill, I found Beck, the large man on whom Priya had practiced her tourniquet, sitting outside the meal hall, drinking water from a battered metal cup. He had the quiet, settled presence of someone who has done hard things and is comfortable with himself. "May I ask you something?" I said. He looked at me with mild curiosity. "The efficiency officer." "Sure, why do you come to the drills? You've been in this settlement since the beginning. You must know the procedures by now." Beck considered this. He was a man who thought before speaking, which I appreciated. "I know the procedures," he said. "That's not why I come." "Then why?" He took a long drink of water, set the cup down carefully. "Because of Priya," he said. "I waited. Priya's been here 8 months. Good kid, smart. Wants to be a doctor someday if we ever get a proper medical school going." He paused. "She's scared of blood. Did you know that? Terrified. First drill she attended, she almost passed out during the triage exercise. Couldn't touch the practice dummy. Now look at her," Beck continued. 30-second tourniquet, steady hands. She practiced on me every Sunday for 6 months because I told her she could. Because I told her my arm wasn't going anywhere, and she could take as long as she needed. And every week she got a little faster, a little steadier, a little more sure of herself. He looked at me directly. "If something happens, if there's a real emergency, Priya won't freeze. Not because she's practiced the procedure, because she's practiced being the kind of person who doesn't freeze. She's practiced it on me, with me, next to me. And I've practiced being the kind of person who sits still and steady while someone works on him, because that's what you need when someone's trying to save your life. You need to be calm so they can be calm." He picked up his cup again. "That's why I come. Not for me, for Priya, for the kid she's teaching this week, for whoever comes next. We're not just practicing emergency response, officer. We're practicing being people who can be counted on. I thought about that for a long time. People who can be counted on. It was not an efficiency metric. It was not something I could measure or optimize or include in a quarterly report. But I was beginning to understand that it was the invisible, unquantifiable thing that made Zone 18's numbers so good. Not the drills themselves, but what the drills created. A community of people who had practiced relying on each other so many times that it had become reflexive, automatic, the foundation beneath every productive hour, every construction project completed ahead of schedule, every harvest brought in despite difficult weather.
The unwritten report.
In which Varnkel understands what cannot be optimized. I deleted my recommendation. All 14 pages of it, the labor hour calculations, the opportunity cost projections, the rotating roster proposal. I deleted it and sat for a while in the quiet of my office, listening to the settlement hum around me, and then I began to write something different. Zone 18's productivity metrics are exceptional, I wrote. The settlement consistently outperforms comparable zones in construction completion, agricultural yield, and infrastructure development. This report was commissioned to identify the contributing factors. I paused, staring at the screen. Then I continued. The primary contributing factor is a weekly emergency preparedness drill involving approximately 11% of the settlement's working population. This drill consumes an estimated 312,000 labor hours annually. By standard productivity metrics, this represents a significant resource expenditure with no direct output. However, standard productivity metrics do not capture the drill's actual function. The drill does not primarily build emergency response capability, although it does this effectively. The drill builds social infrastructure, the network of trust, mutual familiarity, and practiced interdependence that enables the settlement's unusually high coordination in all other activities. I continued writing, and the words came more easily now. I described what I had seen, not the scenarios, not the procedures, but the invisible transactions happening beneath them. Riku teaching a nervous newcomer to tie rescue knots, and in doing so, weaving that newcomer into the fabric of the community. Priya conquering her fear of blood through 6 months of patient repetition, becoming not just a competent medic, but a person who knew she could face difficulty without being destroyed by it. Lars and Amara building a partnership across professional boundaries that made both of them more effective in every context, not just emergencies. Construction crews in Zone 18 work well together, I wrote, because they have already practiced working together under extreme pressure. Supply chains function smoothly because the people managing them have already practiced adapting to unexpected disruption. Problems get solved quickly because the population has already practiced solving problems they have never encountered before. The drills do not produce output. They produce the capacity to produce output. They are not a cost subtracted from productivity. They are the foundation upon which productivity is built. I reread what I had written. It was not the kind of report the Operational Efficiency Division typically received. It contained no specific recommendations for improvement, no quantified savings, no implementation timeline. It described a practice I could not optimize because it was already operating at exactly the scale it needed to operate at, not because someone had calculated the optimal level, but because the community itself had found it through 4 years of lived experience. My last Sunday in Zone 18, I stood at the edge of the northern clearing one final time and watched 3,000 people rehearse for a catastrophe that might never come. The scenario today was an earthquake. Captain Vasquez stood at the center of the field, calling out the exercise parameters with the steady authority she brought to everything. Magnitude 7. Epicenter northwest, 20 kilometers. Structural damage expected in sectors C through F. Power lines down. Water mains compromised. Multiple casualties. Go. They went. And I watched them differently now. I watched a grandmother named Song carrying a child on her back, moving toward the assembly point with quick, certain steps. The child was not hers. It belonged to a woman named Katia who worked in the agricultural sector and could not attend today's drill. Song had taken the child because she knew Katia would want to know that someone was carrying her daughter, even in practice, even when the earthquake was not real, especially when the earthquake was not real. Because the practice was also a promise. If the real thing comes, your daughter will not be alone. I watched two men who spoke different languages working together to shore up a simulated damaged wall, communicating through gestures and the shared vocabulary of physical labor, understanding each other perfectly, because they had done this together 100 times. I watched Priya Sharma, steady-handed, tourniquet time under 30 seconds now, teaching a new girl the same skills that had once terrified her. And I watched Beck, patient as stone, offering his arm again, as he had every Sunday for months, because that was his role, to be the steady ground on which someone else learned to be brave. The drill ended at 1200 hours, as it always did. Captain Vasquez called the all clear. 3,000 people stood down, caught their breath, clapped each other on the shoulders, and began walking toward the meal hall. The clearing emptied. The grass was trampled flat where they had worked. Nothing had been produced. No structures built, no crops harvested, no materials processed. 3,000 people had spent 2 hours fighting an earthquake that existed only in their collective imagination. And yet everything had been produced. Trust had been produced. Courage had been practiced. The knowledge that you are not alone, that the person beside you has rehearsed being there for you, has chosen again and again to show up and carry the stretcher and tie the knot and stay calm. That knowledge had been renewed, deepened, made more real through one more repetition. I filed my report the following day. I recommended no changes to the drill program. In the section labeled Efficiency Recommendations, I wrote a single sentence that I suspected would confuse my supervisors considerably. The most productive thing this settlement does is the thing that produces nothing. I left Zone 18 on a Tuesday morning. At the gate, I passed Riku Tanaka heading out to a construction site. He was walking with the young newcomer, the boy he had taught to tie rescue knots. They were talking easily, comfortably, the way people talk when they have shared something that matters. The boy said something I could not hear, and Riku laughed. Then Riku put his hand on the boy's shoulder, briefly, lightly, the way humans touch each other to say, "You belong here, you are part of this, we will face whatever comes together." It was a small gesture. It produced no measurable output, and I understood, finally, that it was the most important thing happening in Reconstruction Zone 18. Not the buildings going up, not the crops coming in, not the roads being paved. The most important thing was this: two humans walking side by side in the morning light, one of them teaching the other that he would not have to face the future alone. The humans do not rehearse because they know what will happen. They rehearse because they know they cannot know. And in the face of that vast, permanent uncertainty, they have found the only answer that matters: not prediction, not prevention, not the calculation of probabilities, but the simple, stubborn, magnificent insistence on practicing together. on showing up every Sunday morning to carry each other through disasters that do not exist, so that when the disaster comes, the one no model predicted, the one no plan prepared for, they will not have to learn how to rely on each other. They will already know. That is what the rehearsal teaches, not how to survive together.
The shortcut.
The optimal design in which every plan is perfect, and every deviation is a failure. I received my assignment to Reconstruction Zone 10 on a morning that smelled of ozone and processed air, the recyclers in the administrative hub working at their usual impeccable efficiency. The posting came through standard channels, a compliance review of active construction projects in one of the 37 human reconstruction zones established after the hegemony's integration of Earth's remaining population centers. The work was necessary. The work was also, by every measure we possessed, straightforward. The Hegemony Infrastructure Planning Division does not guess. We calculate. Every structure approved for construction in a reconstruction zone has been modeled across 14 dimensions of stress tolerance, environmental adaptation, material longevity, and resource efficiency. The plans account for seismic activity, soil composition, atmospheric corrosion rates, and projected population density over a 200-year horizon. They are, in the most precise sense of the word, optimal. They represent the best possible version of each structure that physics and engineering will allow. My role was simple: travel to Zone 10, confirm that the construction crews were following the plans, document any discrepancies, file my report, return. I had performed this function on 11 previous assignments across 4 species reconstruction efforts. The work was rarely complicated. Most species, upon receiving hegemony engineering specifications, followed them with gratitude and precision. The Telmery of Sector 9 had completed an entire residential district without a single deviation from the provided schematics. Not one altered measurement. Not one substituted material. The result was a district so perfectly aligned with the original design that my compliance report was 3 lines long. I expected much the same from the humans. Zone 10 sprawled across what the humans called the Central Valley, a broad, flat expanse of agricultural land that had been partially damaged during the integration conflicts and subsequently designated for reconstruction. The hegemony had provided plans for 642 structures, residential units, water treatment facilities, agricultural processing centers, communal gathering halls, transportation nodes. Each plan was a work of careful engineering. Each plan had been transmitted to the local Human Construction Authority with clear instructions and material supply schedules. I arrived at the zone's administrative checkpoint on a transport that descended through a thin layer of morning cloud. Below, the valley was green in places and brown in others, a patchwork of completed construction and ongoing work that stretched to the distant hills. Even from altitude, I could see the geometric precision of the hegemony design structures, their clean lines and calculated proportions standing in orderly rows. But among them, here and there, I noticed shapes that did not match my schematics. I dismissed the observation. Parallax error, perhaps, or temporary construction scaffolding that would be removed upon completion. I opened my compliance file, reviewed my inspection schedule, and prepared to begin. The drainage channel in Sector 7 East was wrong. I stood at the edge of the construction site with my surveying instrument extended, comparing the installed infrastructure to the approved schematic, and the numbers did not align. The plan called for a composite drainage conduit, hegemony standard tubing rated for 40 years of continuous flow, resistant to chemical erosion, precisely calibrated to handle the projected rainfall volumes for this microclimate. The conduit was to run in a straight line from the residential block's foundation to the central water management system, a distance of approximately 112 meters. What I found instead was a channel that curved. It followed the natural contour of the ground, dipping where the soil was soft and rising where bedrock pushed close to the surface. And it was not made of composite tubing. It was made of metal salvaged pieces of what appeared to be structural supports from a demolished building, cut and welded together with visible seam marks, lined on the inside with some kind of hardened paste that I could not immediately identify. "That's the drainage," said a voice behind me. I turned. The human was tall, broad across the shoulders, with hands that were rough and darkened by labor. He wore a heavy belt loaded with tools, several of which I did not recognize from any hegemony standard equipment list. His identification badge read Garrett M., Crew Lead. "This is not the specified drainage system," I said. Garrett looked at the channel. He looked at me. He scratched the back of his neck with one calloused hand. "No," he agreed. "It's better." I requested clarification. Garrett explained that the composite tubing shipment had been delayed by 6 weeks due to a supply routing issue at the regional distribution center. The rainy season was beginning. Without drainage, the foundation of residential block 7 would flood, delaying the entire construction schedule by an estimated 3 months. So Garrett's crew had improvised. They had surveyed the terrain by walking it, he said, not by modeling it, identified the natural drainage paths that water already followed, and built their channel to work with the landscape rather than cut through it in a straight line. The scrap metal had come from a nearby demolition site. The interior lining was a calcium compound mixed locally from available materials. It was not rated for 40 years. Garrett estimated 20, perhaps 25. "But we need drainage now," he said. "Not in 6 weeks. Now. Those families move in next month." I measured the flow capacity of the improvised channel. It handled 91% of the volume that the composite tubing would have managed, 9% below specification. A deviation. A failure, technically, by hegemony compliance standards. I noted the deviation in my file. I also noted with some reluctance that the improvised channel was currently functioning. The composite tubing, by contrast, currently existed as a line item on a delayed shipping manifest somewhere in the regional supply chain. 91% of optimal, delivered on time, versus 100% of optimal, delivered never. I was not sure how to categorize this in my report.
The pattern emerges.
In which one deviation becomes many, and a compliance officer begins to lose certainty. The footbridge at Sector 12 North was, by any reasonable engineering standard, an abomination. It spanned a narrow river, perhaps 15 meters across, connecting 2 residential clusters that the hegemony plan designated as separate communities with their own independent supply chains. The approved plan called for a prefabricated pedestrian bridge, a graceful composite arch rated for 300 years of service, to be delivered and installed in approximately 3 weeks by a specialized hegemony construction team. The humans had not waited 3 weeks. The bridge I found was made from the chassis of 4 ground vehicles, wheeled transports that the humans had used before the integration. The vehicles had been stripped of their mechanical components, cut apart, and welded together into a surprisingly rigid truss structure. The walking surface was layered metal sheeting, textured to prevent slipping when wet. Handrails had been fashioned from conduit piping. The entire structure was painted in a bright, defiant yellow. A woman named Elena Vasquez had designed it. I found her sitting on the near bank, eating a meal from a metal container, watching a group of children cross the bridge in a disorganized cluster of laughter and pushed shoulders. "You built this," I said. "Hum." She did not look up from her food. "The prefabricated bridge arrives in 19 days. Kids on the other side need to get to the school on this side. They were wading through the river." She gestured with her eating utensil. "Boy named Tamaz almost drowned last week. Current stronger than it looks." I inspected the bridge. I tested its load capacity with my surveying instrument's mass simulation function. It could support approximately 4,000 kilograms, well below the prefabricated bridge's rated capacity of 12,000. But 4,000 kilograms was sufficient for foot traffic. More than sufficient, in fact. The heaviest load it would likely bear was a group of humans walking across it simultaneously, which I estimated at no more than 800 kilograms. The bridge was ugly. It was overbuilt in some places and barely adequate in others. The welds were competent but not beautiful. One of the handrails had a slight wobble that Alina said she planned to fix this weekend, probably. It was also, undeniably, saving children from drowning in a river. I watched the children cross. They moved with the particular carelessness of young humans who have decided that something is safe, running, stopping, leaning over the handrails to spit into the water below, shouting at one another in their quick, overlapping language. One small girl stopped in the middle of the bridge and waved at Alina, who waved back. I added the bridge to my deviation file. Structural rating, suboptimal, safety margin, adequate for intended use. Authorization, none. Current status, in active use by approximately 60 residents daily. I did not know what to recommend. Tear it down and wait 19 days for the approved bridge while children waded through dangerous currents. The specification said yes. Something else, something I was not accustomed to consulting, said no. The water filtration system in Sector 3 West was built from garbage. I do not use the word loosely. The woman who constructed it, Priya Anand, a former chemical engineer in the pre-integration economy, had assembled a functional water purification system from materials that any hegemony supply officer would have classified as waste. Charcoal from burned wood, sand collected from the riverbed, woven fabric cut from damaged clothing, containers salvaged from food packaging, a series of tubes fashioned from hollowed plant stalks sealed with tree resin. The approved water filtration system for Sector 3 West was a hegemony standard molecular purification unit, compact and elegant, capable of processing 800 liters per hour at a purity rating of 99.7%. It was scheduled for delivery in approximately 5 weeks, pending completion of the regional supply depot currently under construction in Zone 10's administrative sector. Priya's system processed 60 liters per hour. Its purity rating, when I tested a sample, was 93.8%. By every quantitative measure, it was inferior to the hegemony unit by a significant margin. But 5 weeks is a long time to drink contaminated water. I found Priya adjusting one of the fabric filters when I arrived at the water point. She was a small woman with dark hair pulled back from her face, her hands stained gray from the charcoal she worked with. A line of residents waited with containers, families, elderly individuals, children holding plastic jugs nearly as large as themselves. "Your filtration system is not approved," I said, because that was my function. To say such things, to document such deviations. Priya looked at me with an expression I had come to recognize in humans but still could not fully interpret. It contained patience, and something sharper beneath the patience, not hostility exactly, but a firmness that suggested she had already considered my objection and found it insufficient. "My daughter had dysentery last month," she said. "3 other children in this sector were hospitalized. One almost died." She adjusted the filter with practiced hands. "I built this on a Tuesday. By Thursday, the dysentery cases stopped." She showed me how the system worked. The water passed through the sand first, which captured large particulates, then through the charcoal, which absorbed chemical contaminants and many biological agents, then through the fabric layers, which caught the finer particles the sand missed. The process was slow. It required daily maintenance. The fabric needed washing. The charcoal needed periodic replacement. The sand bed needed raking. It was, by hegemony standards, primitive. It was also, by the standards that apparently mattered to Priya Anand, sufficient. Her daughter was no longer sick. The children in her sector were drinking clean water. Not perfectly clean water. Not optimally filtered water. But clean enough water, and they were drinking it now today from a system that had cost nothing to build and required only labor to maintain. I stood there for a long time, watching the line of residents fill their containers from Priya's garbage-built miracle, and I felt something shift in the architecture of my understanding.
The logic of imperfection.
In which Dornvell attempts to understand what the humans already know. That evening, in the small office assigned to me at the zone's administrative building, I spread my deviation reports across the display surface and tried to find the pattern. 17 deviations documented in 4 days of inspection. 17 instances where human construction crews had departed from hegemony-approved plans. I organized them by category: material substitution, design modification, timeline acceleration, unauthorized construction. I organized them by severity: minor, moderate, significant. I organized them by outcome: functional, partially functional, non-functional. 15 of the 17 were functional. 1 was partially functional, a solar collection panel mounted at a suboptimal angle that still generated 78% of rated output. 1 was non-functional, a rainwater collection system that had been incorrectly assembled and subsequently leaked. That one had been disassembled, corrected, and reassembled by the same crew within 2 days. 15 out of 17. An 88% success rate on unauthorized modifications performed without engineering oversight, using non-standard materials, by crews with no formal hegemony training. This should not have been possible. The hegemony plans were optimal. Any deviation from optimal, by definition, should produce an inferior result. And they did. Every improvised solution performed below the rated specification of the system it replaced. But they performed. They existed in the physical world, carrying water, supporting weight, filtering contaminants, sheltering families. The optimal solutions existed on shipping manifests and delivery schedules, weeks or months away from physical reality. I began to understand that I was measuring the wrong variable. I returned to Garrett's construction site the following afternoon. He was sitting on an overturned supply crate, drinking water from a dented metal bottle, his crew breaking for their midday meal around him. The drainage channel I had flagged was visible behind him, carrying a steady stream of water from the previous night's rain toward the central management system. "I have a question," I said. Garrett looked up. He did not seem surprised to see me. "Pull up a crate." I remained standing, which he accepted with a shrug. "Your drainage channel performs at 91% of the rated specification. The bridge at Sector 12 performs at approximately 33% of the approved design's capacity. The water filtration in Sector 3 performs at 94% purity compared to 99.7. Every modification I have documented performs below the hegemony standard. Why do you not simply wait for the correct materials and build to specification? Garrett took a long drink of water. He looked out across the construction site where his crew was eating and talking in the easy, disorganized way that humans conducted their social interactions. Multiple conversations overlapping, laughter interrupting speech, hands gesturing with food still in them. "You know what my grandmother used to say?" he asked. I did not. "She used to say, don't let perfect be the enemy of good." He set his water bottle down. "Means the best plan in the world doesn't help anyone if it's still sitting on a shelf somewhere. A good plan that's happening right now, that's worth more than a perfect plan that's coming someday." I considered this. In the hegemony's engineering tradition, quality was paramount. A structure was either built to specification or it was not built. There was no category for partially built, or built adequately, or built from whatever was available. These concepts did not translate into our engineering philosophy because we had never needed them. Hegemony supply chains were vast and reliable. When we designed a structure, the materials arrived on schedule and the construction proceeded according to plan. But the humans were not building within a vast and reliable supply chain. They were building in a reconstruction zone, a place where the infrastructure that would eventually support proper construction was itself still being constructed. They were building the foundation while standing on the ground that foundation was meant to replace. "Your grandmother," I said. "She was an engineer." Garrett laughed. It was a warm sound, unguarded. "She was a farmer, raised chickens, fixed her own tractor with baling wire and swear words." He paused. "She also raised 6 kids during a drought, kept every one of them fed. Not well fed, not optimally fed, but fed. Fed, not optimally, but fed." I was beginning to understand something about the human species that my training had not prepared me for. They did not experience imperfection as failure. They experienced it as progress. A thing that worked at 91% was not a thing that had failed by 9%. It was a thing that was working, right now, while the theoretically superior alternative remained theoretical.
The report that changed.
In which a compliance officer discovers that compliance is not the only measure of success. I walked through Reconstruction Zone 10 in the early morning of my 7th day, before the construction crews began their shifts, when the zone was inhabited only by residents going about the small rituals of their daily lives. A woman carried water from Priya's filtration station in 2 large containers balanced on a pole across her shoulders. She walked with the practiced ease of someone who had done this many times, her steps steady and unhurried, her path following a dirt track worn smooth by the passage of hundreds of feet before hers. The water was not perfectly filtered. She did not seem to mind. Children crossed Elena's yellow bridge on their way to the school on the far bank. They walked in pairs and clusters, some carrying bags, some carrying younger siblings. The bridge swayed slightly under their collective weight, well within its tolerance, but enough to make one small boy grab the handrail and laugh nervously. Another child, older, took his hand and led him across. The bridge was not the elegant composite arch the hegemony had designed. It was better than drowning. Garrett's drainage channel ran with clear water from the overnight rain, the improvised scrap metal channel carrying the flow exactly where it needed to go, not in a straight line, but in the line the water itself preferred, following the contour of the land, working with the terrain instead of against it. In 20 years, the calcium compound lining would fail, and the channel would need to be rebuilt. But in 20 years, the hegemony supply chain would be fully operational, and proper materials would be available. The channel did not need to last forever. It needed to last long enough. I passed a community garden that was not on any hegemony plan. Someone had cleared a patch of ground between two residential blocks and planted vegetables in neat, careful rows. The plants were small and recently established, their leaves bright green against the dark soil. A hand-painted sign reads Sector 4 Community Garden, all welcome. The soil had been amended with composted food waste, the beds bordered with salvaged bricks, the irrigation provided by a gravity-fed system of repurposed containers and tubes that dripped water slowly onto each row. It was unauthorized. It was unplanned. It was, in the most literal sense, organic, something that had grown from the ground up, because someone decided that waiting for the hegemony's scheduled agricultural implementation was less acceptable than planting seeds today. I did not add it to my deviation file. I stood and watched the water drip from the improvised irrigation tubes onto the small, determined plants, and I thought about Garrett's grandmother and Priya's daughter, and the small boy who grabbed the handrail on Alina's yellow bridge. I thought about the difference between a plan and a life. A plan exists in the future. A life exists now, and now is the only place where water can be drunk and bridges can be crossed, and children can walk to school without drowning. I sat in my office that evening and began my compliance report. The cursor blinked on the empty display, waiting for me to enter the standard categories. Deviations noted, severity classifications, corrective actions recommended, timeline for remediation. I typed the header, Compliance Review Reconstruction Zone 10. Then I deleted it. I typed instead, Adaptive Engineering Assessment Reconstruction Zone 10. The report I wrote was not the report I had been sent to write. It did not categorize human modifications as deviations. It categorized them as adaptations, responses to real-time conditions that the original planning models had not anticipated. Supply delays, seasonal urgency, medical emergencies, the irreducible fact that humans needed water and shelter and safe passage not in 5 weeks, but today. I documented each modification I had observed. I noted its performance relative to the hegemony specification, always lower, always suboptimal by the numbers. But I added a column that no hegemony compliance report had ever included before. I called it temporal effectiveness, a measure of how much benefit the solution provided during the period before the approved system would have been available. The numbers were striking. Garrett's drainage channel had prevented an estimated 3 months of construction delay and protected 47 residential foundations from flood damage. Alina's bridge had eliminated approximately 1,900 river crossings per month by children, reducing drowning risk to 0. Priya's filtration system had provided clean water to 216 residents for 38 days and counting, during which time dysentery cases in the sector had dropped from 11 to 0. I added a recommendation section. I wrote carefully, knowing that what I was suggesting would challenge fundamental assumptions in the infrastructure planning division. I recommended that the hegemony develop a new engineering category, provisional solutions, structures and systems designed not for longevity or peak performance, but for immediate deployment using locally available materials, solutions that would serve the population during the gap between need and delivery, the gap that our optimal plans had never accounted for because our planning models assumed that populations could wait, could endure. could survive the interval between the identification of a need and the arrival of the perfect answer to that need. The humans could not wait, or rather they could, but they chose not to. They chose instead to build what they could with what they had right now. And what they built was never perfect. It was always, by our standards, suboptimal. But it was present. It was real. It was carrying water and bearing weight and keeping children alive while the perfect solution traveled slowly through the supply chain toward a future that had not yet arrived. I filed the report. I marked it priority standard, which meant it would be reviewed within the normal processing cycle. Then I changed the priority to elevated, which meant it would reach a senior planning officer within 10 days. I considered changing it to urgent, but I did not. I was still, after everything, a compliance officer. I respected the process, but I added a personal note at the end, another first in my career. It read, I arrived at Reconstruction Zone 10 expecting to find failures. I found, instead, a species that has learned to build the future out of whatever the present provides. Their methods are imperfect. Their results are immediate. I am no longer certain which of these facts matters more.
The shortcut home.
In which good enough proves to be exactly enough. On my last morning in Reconstruction Zone 10, I returned to Sector 7 East. Garrett was there, as I knew he would be, standing with his crew at the edge of the residential block they had completed the previous week. But they were not working on the block. They were working on the ground between it and the neighboring structure, a communal dining hall that had been finished a month earlier. The hegemony plan specified a paved walkway between the two buildings. It followed a precise route, a straight line from the residential block's main entrance to the dining hall's west door, exactly 2 meters wide, constructed from pressed composite pavement material. The walkway had been built exactly as specified. It was clean, even, perfectly aligned. No one was walking on it. Instead, the residents had worn a path through the grass at an angle, a diagonal line that cut the walking distance by approximately 15 meters. The grass along this path was flat and brown, packed down by hundreds of daily footsteps into a smooth, hard track. It was the route that the residents' bodies had chosen, the line of least effort between where they lived and where they ate, and it bore no resemblance whatsoever to the engineered walkway 6 meters to its left. Garrett's crew was paving the dirt path. This is not on the plan, I said, though by now the words carried no weight. They were an observation, not an objection. Garrett was laying a border of salvaged bricks along the path's edge. He straightened and looked at me with an expression I had learned to read over the past 7 days, patient, amused and faintly kind in the way that someone is kind to a student who is finally beginning to understand the lesson. The plan says walk over there, he said, nodding toward the pristine, unused composite walkway. The people walk over here. He tamped a brick into place with the heel of his boot, so we pave where the people walk. I looked at the composite walkway, perfect, unused, leading precisely where the plan said residents should go. I looked at the dirt path, worn, irregular, leading precisely where the residents actually went. 2 lines between the same 2 points, one designed by engineers who had calculated the optimal route, one designed by human feet that had simply walked the way that felt right. The humans had not deviated from the plan. They had created a different plan, one that emerged from use rather than calculation, from living rather than designing. And now Garrett was honoring that emergent plan by paving it, by making permanent the path that the community had chosen for itself. I watched him work. The morning light was soft and golden, falling across the residential blocks and the dining hall and the 2 paths between them, one perfect and empty, one imperfect and alive. A woman walked along the dirt path toward the dining hall, stepping carefully around Garrett's crew, and he nodded to her and she nodded back, and neither of them looked at the composite walkway at all. I closed my compliance file. There was nothing left to add. The humans of Reconstruction Zone 10 were building their world the way they had always built their world, not from blueprints handed down from above, but from the ground up with whatever they had in whatever time they had for whoever needed it most. Their solutions were imperfect. Their solutions were present. And in the space between imperfect and present, I had found something my training had never prepared me for. I had found enough. Not optimal, not perfect, not rated for 200 years of service. Just enough, built from scrap metal and charcoal and salvaged vehicle parts, and the unshakable human conviction that a good thing today is worth more than a perfect thing tomorrow. The shortcut, I realized, was not a deviation from the path. It was the path.
The toast. The cataloger's assignment.
In which eating is observed, measured, and thoroughly misunderstood. I arrived at Reconstruction Zone 15 with 6 empty classification volumes, and the quiet confidence of someone who had cataloged the social customs of 11 species without encountering a single behavior that could not be categorized. The Hegemony Social Customs Documentation Division exists for a practical purpose: to understand the rituals and habits of integrated species so that hegemony administrators can manage reconstruction zones without inadvertently disrupting behaviors that serve important social functions. My work was observation, classification, and recommendation. Nothing more. Zone 15 occupied a coastal region the humans called the Northern Shore, a stretch of rocky coastline and evergreen forest that had once supported a modest fishing and timber economy. The integration conflicts had damaged much of the existing infrastructure, and the hegemony had designated the area for reconstruction with a projected population of approximately 8,000 human residents. When I arrived, roughly 6,000 were already settled, living in a mixture of completed hegemony standard housing and temporary shelters that the humans had constructed from salvaged materials. My observation post was a small structure on a hill overlooking the zone's central commons, an open area where several important communal activities occurred. I had a clear line of sight to the primary gathering hall, 3 food preparation areas, and the open-air market where humans exchanged goods and conversation in approximately equal measure. From this vantage point, I could observe without interfering, which was the preferred methodology of the Social Customs Documentation Division. I began, as protocol required, with the most fundamental social behavior: communal eating. Humans eat together with a frequency that initially surprised me. The Telmeri eat alone, silently in private spaces. The Vreth share nutrient pools but do not interact during consumption. Most species I had studied treated eating as a biological necessity, something to be accomplished efficiently and without ceremony. The humans made it a production. They prepared food communally in groups of 2 to 8, with a division of labor that appeared organized but was, upon closer inspection, largely improvisational. One individual might chop vegetables while another tended a heat source while a third arranged containers on a flat surface. They talked constantly during preparation, not about the food, or not only about the food, but about everything: their day, their children, their memories, their complaints about the weather, the supply schedule, the hegemony housing allocation system, The food preparation was the occasion for the conversation, not the purpose of the gathering. They arranged themselves around tables, flat surfaces at a specific height that required them to sit on raised structures called chairs. The arrangement was not random. I observed consistent patterns. Family units clustered together, with the eldest members typically positioned at the ends of rectangular tables. Friends sat adjacent to one another. Individuals who were in the early stages of what humans called courtship sat across from each other, maintaining eye contact at a frequency approximately 3 times higher than the baseline. I cataloged all of this. Food preparation methods, 12 categories, 47 subcategories. Seating arrangements, 6 primary patterns. Conversation topics during meals, 93 recorded subjects across 14 days of observation. Eating utensil usage, 4 standard implements plus 17 improvised variations. Everything fit neatly into my classification volumes. Everything had a function, and the function could be identified and documented. I was making excellent progress. And then I witnessed my first toast. It happened on my 15th evening in Zone 15. A large communal meal had been organized in the central gathering hall. Approximately 120 humans seated at long tables, eating food that had been prepared collectively over most of the afternoon. The occasion, I was told, was something called a harvest dinner, marking the first successful yield from the zone's agricultural plots. The food was abundant by Reconstruction Zone standards: grains, vegetables, preserved proteins, and a variety of baked items that the humans seemed particularly pleased about. The meal proceeded according to established patterns. Food was distributed, consumed, and discussed. Children moved between tables with the particular lack of discipline that human adults seem to tolerate and even encourage. The noise level was high: conversation, laughter, the clatter of utensils on plates, the occasional raised voice calling a child's name. Then, approximately 2 hours into the meal, the noise diminished. Not suddenly, but gradually, like water receding from a shore. Conversations trailed off. Utensils were set down. Heads turned toward one end of the longest table, where a man was rising to his feet. He was older, perhaps 60 standard years, with a weathered face and hands that spoke of physical labor. His name, I later learned, was Marcus Webb, and he had been a fisherman before the integration. He held a container of liquid in one hand, a glass vessel filled with a dark amber fluid that I identified as a fermented grain beverage. He raised it to approximately the height of his shoulder. The hall was silent. "This one's for Danny," Marcus said. He paused. The silence held. 120 humans sat motionless, their own containers of liquid held at various heights, some at shoulder level, some merely lifted from the table surface, some clutched in both hands. Danny Webb, my brother, who should be sitting right here. Marcus touched the back of an empty chair beside him. Who would have loved this? Who would have eaten 3 plates and complained there wasn't enough? A small ripple of laughter moved through the hall, quiet and brief. Who was the best fisherman on the northern shore and the worst card player in the entire zone and the kindest man I ever knew? Marcus raised his glass higher. "To Danny. To Danny." The hall said in unison, 120 voices speaking a single name, a name belonging to a person who was not present and who, I determined from context, had died during the integration conflicts approximately 2 years earlier. They drank, all of them, a synchronized act of consumption that had no apparent nutritional purpose. The liquid varied from table to table. Some drank the fermented grain beverage, some drank water, some drank fruit juice. The type of liquid did not seem to matter. The act of drinking did. Then Marcus sat down, and the noise returned gradually, gently, like water returning to the shore, and the meal continued as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. I sat at my observation post with my classification volume open, and my notation instrument hovering over an empty page, and I did not know what to write.
The failed classification.
In which every category proves inadequate and the cataloger's confidence wavers. I attempted classification the following morning, working through the standard categories of the Social Customs Documentation Division with methodical thoroughness. Religious ritual. This was my first hypothesis. Many species perform ceremonial acts involving the invocation of deceased individuals, ancestor worship, death commemorations, spiritual communion. I cross-referenced the toast behavior against 37 documented forms of religious observance. The toast shared some superficial features: the solemn tone, the collective participation, the invocation of someone not physically present. But religious rituals are typically performed at designated times, in designated spaces, by designated individuals with specific religious authority. The toast was performed whenever a group of humans decided to perform it. It happened at large dinners and small ones. It happened indoors and outdoors. It was initiated by whoever felt moved to initiate it, old or young, male or female, leader or follower. There was no priesthood of the toast. I eliminated religious ritual, social hierarchy display. Some species use communal meals to reinforce dominant structures. The leader eats first, or the leader selects food for others, or the leader's position at the table indicates rank. Perhaps the toast was a display of social authority by the person who stood and spoke. But I observed toasts initiated by children as young as 8 standard years. I observed toasts initiated by individuals with no apparent leadership role. And the group's response was always the same regardless of who initiated. They raised their containers. They repeated the name. They drank. No hierarchy was established or reinforced. I eliminated social hierarchy display. Information transfer. Perhaps the toast served to communicate important information about the deceased individual to others in the group. But in every toast I observed, the information shared was already known to the audience. When Marcus described his brother Danny as a good fisherman and a bad card player, the laughter suggested that these facts were familiar. No one learned anything new. The toast was not a briefing. It was something else. I observed 11 more toasts over the following 3 weeks. Each one was different in its specifics and identical in its structure. A young woman named Sarah stood at a small dinner of 8 people and raised her glass to her mother, who had died of illness before the reconstruction began. She described her mother's habit of singing while cooking off-key. She said, always off-key, and always the same 3 songs. The others at the table smiled. One older woman wiped her eyes. A man named Alu raised his glass at a construction crew's evening meal to a colleague named Peter, who had been killed in a building collapse during the early Reconstruction period. Alu did not describe Peter at length. He said only, "Pete would have hated this soup," and the crew laughed with a warmth that seemed to contain grief inside it, like a shell containing water. A child, a girl of perhaps 10 years, stood at a family dinner and said to Grandpa, and held up a cup of water, and the adults around her raised their glasses with a tenderness that I found difficult to observe without a sensation I could not name. I documented each toast meticulously. Speaker, audience size, deceased individual named, relationship to speaker, content of speech, duration, liquid consumed, emotional response of group. I had pages of data and no classification. The behavior did not fit. It served no nutritional function. It transmitted no new information. It established no hierarchy. It was not religious, not economic, not political. It was, by every framework I possessed, purposeless. And yet the humans performed it with a consistency and solemnity that suggested it was among the most important things they did. When observation fails, the division permits direct inquiry. I descended from my post and entered the zone to speak with its residents. I found Rosa Delgado in the community kitchen, a large open structure near the central commons where much of the zone's communal cooking took place. Rosa was a woman of approximately 70 standard years, small and round, with white hair and hands that moved constantly, stirring, chopping, arranging, wiping surfaces. She was, I had observed, the informal center of the zone's food culture. When she cooked, others gathered. When she spoke, others listened. She had no official title, but she possessed a kind of authority that I recognized even if I could not classify it. "I would like to ask you about the toasting behavior," I said. Rosa looked at me with an expression that I had come to associate with human amusement, a slight lift at the corners of the mouth, a brightening of the eyes. "The toasting behavior," she repeated. "You make it sound like a medical condition. It is a social custom that I am attempting to classify. At communal meals and individual stands, raises a container of liquid, speaks about a person who has died, and the group drinks in unison. I have been unable to determine the function of this behavior." Rosa set down her stirring implement and gave me her full attention, which was, I had noticed, something humans did when they considered a conversation important. They stopped their other activities. They oriented their bodies toward the speaker. They looked directly at the speaker's face. It was, in its way, a kind of toast in itself, a declaration that this moment, this person, this conversation mattered enough to receive their complete presence. "The function," she said, "is remembering." "Remembering," I repeated. "But the information shared during the toast is already known to the audience. No new memories are created or transferred. The act of raising a glass and speaking does not enhance the audience's recall capacity. What does the remembering accomplish?" Rosa was quiet for a moment. She picked up a root vegetable and began peeling it with a small blade, the skin falling away in long, curling strips. "When my husband Jorge died," she said, "I stopped cooking for a week. Couldn't. The kitchen smelled like him. He always used too much garlic, you know, way too much garlic." She smiled at something I could not see. "Then one night the neighbors came over for dinner and someone, I think it was little Sarah, she was just a girl then, someone said to Jorge and raised a glass, and everyone drank. And I thought, he's still here. Not really. I know he's not really here. But he's still here at this table because we said his name and we drank to him, and now he's part of this meal even though he's gone." She looked at me. "You understand?" I did not. A dead person was not present at a table because their name had been spoken. The dead did not eat. The dead did not participate in communal meals. The dead, by any biological definition, no longer existed in a way that could be affected by the behavior of the living. "No," I said honestly, "I do not understand." Rosa did not seem offended. She continued peeling the vegetable. "You will," she said.
The gathering of names.
In which the cataloger stops classifying and starts listening. I stopped trying to classify. Instead, I began to simply record. I attended communal meals. I sat at tables with humans who had grown accustomed to my presence and who included me in their gatherings with the casual generosity that seemed to characterize the species. They passed me food. They explained dishes. They told me stories I had not asked for about ingredients and recipes and the people who had taught them to cook. And at the end of the meals, they toasted. to Danny Webb, the fisherman, to Jorge Delgado, who used too much garlic, to Peter, who would have hated the soup, to Sarah's mother, who sang off-key, to a woman named Lynn, who had planted the first garden in the zone and had not lived to see it bloom, to a teenager named Kai, taken by fever in the first winter, to an old man named Abraham, who had told stories every evening on the commons until the night he did not come, and after that night never came again. The names accumulated in my records, dozens of them, then scores, each one spoken aloud into the air of a communal hall, each one answered by raised glasses and the quiet, collective act of drinking together. Each one a small defiance of the obvious fact that the person named was gone and could not hear their name being spoken, and would never again sit at the table where their absence was so carefully acknowledged. I began to notice something. The toasts were not solemn in the way that I had initially perceived. They were, and I struggled with the word, warm. The grief in them was real, but it was not the dominant note. The dominant note was something closer to gratitude or affection, or that particular human warmth that I had no word for in my language. The speakers smiled when they spoke of the dead. They laughed at remembered habits and flaws. They described the dead not as they had been at the moment of death, but as they had been at the most ordinary moments of their lives, cooking, fishing, playing cards badly, singing off-key. The dead in the telling were not dead. They were merely absent, and the toast was the act of setting a place for them at the table anyway. One evening, at a small dinner in Rosa's kitchen, 8 people around a wooden table, steam rising from a pot of stew, bread being torn by hand and passed from person to person. A man named David raised his glass. "To my son, Michael," he said. The table went quiet. I had learned by then that the quality of the silence told you something about the weight of the name. Some silences were light, the silence for a grandparent who had lived a full life, whose death was sad but expected and gently held. Some silences were heavy, the silence for a loss that still had sharp edges, that still drew blood when handled. This silence was heavy. "He was 7, David said. His voice was steady but thin, like a bridge with too much weight on it. He liked building things, blocks mostly. He'd build these towers, tall, crazy towers that shouldn't have stood up but always did somehow. He'd build them and then he'd knock them down and laugh and build them again." David paused. The table waited. Rosa's hand moved across the table and covered David's free hand, the one not holding the glass. She did not speak. She simply touched him, and the touch seemed to carry more meaning than any words in my classification volumes. "He would have been 9 this month," David said. "Happy birthday, buddy." To Michael, the table said, and drank. I drank too. I had been given a glass of water. The humans always included me, always offered me whatever they were having, always made room. I raised my glass and I drank, and the water tasted the same as it always tasted, but the act of drinking it in unison with these 8 humans while a dead child's name hung in the warm air of the kitchen, the act felt different. It felt like being included in something I did not yet understand but wanted to. After the others left that evening, Rosa and I sat in the kitchen. She was washing dishes. She refused to let me help, saying I would break something, which may have been accurate, and I was sitting at the table with my record volume open, though I had stopped writing in it some time ago. "You are beginning to understand," she said. It was not a question. "I am beginning to observe that the behavior has emotional significance that exceeds its practical function," I said, which was my way of saying the same thing in language that felt safe. Rosa dried her hands on a cloth and sat across from me. The kitchen was quiet now, the stove cooling, the last of the steam fading from the air. Outside, the zone was settling into its nighttime rhythms, lights dimming, voices softening, the coastal wind carrying the sound of waves against the rocky shore. When Jorge died, she said, people told me I needed to let him go, move on, accept it. She folded the cloth carefully, precisely the way she did everything. I told them I wasn't holding on to him, he was holding on to me. Every recipe I cook is his recipe. Every meal I make, he's there because he taught me how to make it. The garlic, I use too much garlic now, just like he did, on purpose. She smiled. He's in the food. He's in the way I set the table. He's in the songs I sing when I'm cooking alone at night. She paused. The toast isn't for him. Jorge can't hear it. I know that. The toast is for us. It's how we say you mattered. You still matter. The space you left is still shaped like you, and we're not going to fill it with something else. We're going to leave it open, and we're going to say your name, and we're going to drink to you, because that's how we keep the shape of you in the world. I sat with her words for a long time. The kitchen clock made a soft ticking sound, a mechanical device that Rosa kept even though the hegemony standard digital displays were available everywhere. She kept it, she had told me once, because her mother had kept one like it. Another thread to someone no longer present, maintained through an object, through a habit, through a choice. In the hegemony, I said slowly, when an individual ceases to exist, their social bonds are dissolved. Their name is archived in the population registry. Their contributions are recorded in the historical database. Their resources are reallocated. The process is efficient and complete. That sounds very tidy, Rosa said. It is. And after that, after the name is archived and the resources are reallocated, what happens to the people who loved them? I considered this. They resume their functions. They form new social bonds as needed. The network reconfigures around the absence. Rosa nodded. We do that too. Eventually, the network reconfigures, as you say, but we don't erase the old connection. We keep it. We maintain it. Not because we think the person can hear us or benefit from it. We know they can't. We maintain it because the connection itself was valuable. The love was valuable. And when you throw away something valuable just because the person you shared it with is gone, you lose something. You lose the shape of who you were when you were with them. She stood and went to a shelf where she took down a small glass bottle filled with a dark liquid. She poured 2 small measures into 2 small glasses and set one before me. This is brandy, she said. Jorge made it before the integration. It's the last bottle. She raised her glass to Jorge, who used too much garlic and made terrible brandy and loved me for 42 years. I raised my glass. To Jorge, I said, we drank. The brandy was, in fact, terrible. But that was not the point. The point was that I was sitting in a kitchen with a woman who loved a dead man, drinking his terrible brandy and saying his name into the quiet air. And for a moment, just a moment, the kitchen felt like it contained 3 people instead of 2.
What cannot be archived?
In which the cataloger's report becomes something the hegemony has never received before. I returned to my observation post that night and opened my classification volume to a fresh page. I wrote the header, Behavioral Entry 4, 731, Communal Toast Ritual. I began with the clinical description. Subject stands. Subject raises vessel containing liquid. Subject speaks, typically addressing a deceased individual by name. Group raises vessels in unison. Group repeats the name of the deceased. Group drinks. Duration, 30 seconds to 5 minutes. Frequency, irregular, associated with communal meals of significant social occasion. Participation, voluntary but near universal when initiated. I reviewed what I had written. It was accurate. Every detail was correct. and it described nothing at all about what actually happened when a room full of humans raised their glasses and spoke a name into the air. I deleted the entry. I began again. Behavioral Entry 4, 731. The toast. Humans maintain active social relationships with deceased individuals. These relationships are not delusional. The humans are aware that the deceased cannot hear them, cannot respond, cannot participate in the meal or the moment. The relationship is maintained unilaterally by the living as an act of "I paused." The word I needed was not in the hegemony's behavioral classification lexicon. The closest approximation was non-reciprocal social bond maintenance, but that phrase described a pathology in the hegemony's framework, a dysfunction, an inefficiency, a failure to reallocate social resources after the dissolution of a bond. What the humans did was not a dysfunction. I was certain of this now. It was perhaps the most functional behavior I had observed in my entire career. More functional than eating arrangements, more functional than courtship patterns, more functional than any of the 4,730 entries that preceded this one in my classification volumes. I sat in the dark of my observation post and thought about the names. Danny, Jorge, Peter, Lynn, Kai, Abraham, Michael, who built towers and knocked them down and laughed. All of them dead, all of them present not as ghosts, not as spirits, not as supernatural entities that the hegemony could dismiss as superstition, but as presences maintained by the deliberate, loving, consistent choice of the living to keep speaking their names. The humans had discovered something that the hegemony had not. They had discovered that love does not require two participants. It can be maintained by one. A mother can love a child who has died. A brother can love a brother who is gone. A wife can love a husband who exists now only in the garlic she adds to every meal and the terrible brandy she keeps on her highest shelf. The love does not diminish because it is not returned. It does not become inefficient because its object is absent. It remains stubborn, irrational, beautiful, because the person who holds it refuses to set it down. The toast is how they refuse. It is a small, public, collective act of refusal. Refusal to accept that death ends a relationship. Refusal to archive a name and move on. Refusal to let the shape of the absent be filled by anything other than the memory of who they were. I wrote my entry. I wrote it not in the language of the Social Customs Documentation Division, but in the closest approximation to human language that I could manage. I wrote it because I knew that a clinical description would not survive the translation, that reducing the toast to its observable components would be like describing music as sequential pressure variations in air, and believing you had captured what music is. I added a supplemental note to the entry. This was unusual. Supplemental notes were reserved for behaviors that posed potential risks to hegemony administrative functions, and the toast posed no such risk. But I added it anyway, because I had learned something that I believed the hegemony needed to know, even if the hegemony had not asked for it. The note read, "This cataloger has observed 4,731 social behaviors across 12 integrated species. In the majority of cases, behaviors serve identifiable functions, resource distribution, social bonding, hierarchy maintenance, information transfer, reproductive signaling. The human toast serves none of these functions. It serves, instead, a function that the hegemony's classification system does not contain a category for. I will attempt to name it: the maintenance of love beyond its practical utility. Humans love their dead, not as a failure to process grief, not as a delusion about the continued existence of the deceased, but as a choice, a deliberate, sustained, community-supported choice to continue loving someone who can no longer love them back, for no reason other than that the love itself is worth preserving. I do not have a classification for this. I am not certain one is possible. Some things may exist beyond the reach of taxonomy. I saved the entry. I closed my volume. Outside the observation post, the sun was rising over the northern shore, painting the water in shades of gold and gray. Below, the zone was waking, smoke rising from kitchen chimneys, figures moving along paths between buildings, the faint sound of voices carrying on the morning air,
The Last Supper.
in which a cataloger finally takes a seat at the table. My final evening in Reconstruction Zone 15 was spent in Rosa's kitchen at her insistence. She had invited the group that I had come to know over my weeks of observation: Marcus the fisherman, Sarah with her mother's songs, Alu from the construction crew, David who had lost his son. Others, two familiar faces that I had learned to distinguish and in my way to appreciate. Rosa cooked. She used too much garlic. The kitchen filled with steam and conversation, and the particular warmth that I had come to associate with human communal eating. A warmth that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room, and everything to do with the fact that these people had chosen to be here together, sharing food and time and the small, ordinary miracle of each other's company. I sat at the table and watched them. I had spent weeks watching humans from my observation post, cataloging their behaviors with the careful precision of my training. But sitting among them was different from watching them. Sitting among them, I could feel the currents of affection that moved between them, invisible, unclassifiable, as real as the steam rising from the pot. The way Marcus and Alu argued about the best method for preparing fish, the way Sarah helped Rosa carry plates, their movements coordinated by familiarity rather than instruction. The way David sat quietly and smiled at the noise around him, his grief present but not dominant, held gently inside the larger warmth of the group. I had come to Zone 15 to study these people. I was leaving with the unsettling awareness that they had, in some way I could not document, studied me in return, and had found me worthy of inclusion. They had let me sit at their table. They had passed me bread. They had shared their names and their stories and their dead. The meal wound down. Plates were cleared. Glasses were refilled. The conversation softened into the comfortable murmur of people who had eaten well and were settling into the gentle tiredness that follows a good meal. I felt the silence begin to gather. I recognized it now, that particular quality of quieting that preceded a toast. Someone was going to stand. Someone was going to raise a glass. But no one did. They were waiting. I realized with a sensation that I can only describe as vertigo that they were waiting for me. I stood. The chair scraped against the floor. I held my glass water, as always, and I raised it, and the room was quiet, and 8 pairs of human eyes looked up at me with an expression that contained patience and warmth, and a gentleness that I had spent weeks trying to classify and had finally stopped trying to classify because some things are not meant to be classified. Some things are meant to be felt. I do not have anyone to toast, I said. In the hegemony, we do not maintain bonds with the absent. We archive their names and reallocate our social resources and continue forward. It is efficient. It is complete. I paused. The silence held. But I have sat at this table and I have heard you speak the names of people you have lost, and I have watched you refuse to let them go, and I have come to believe that your refusal is not a failure of efficiency. It is, I searched for the word that had eluded me through 4,731 entries and 37 species, and a career built on the conviction that everything could be categorized. "It is love," I said, "and I do not have a classification for it, and I think perhaps that is as it should be." I raised my glass higher, to Jorge, who used too much garlic, to Danny, who was the best fisherman on the northern shore, to Michael, who built towers, to every name spoken at every table in this zone and every zone where humans gather and eat and remember, to the dead who are not here, and to all of you who keep them here anyway. To all of them, the table said. We drank. The water tasted like water, but the drinking of it, the raising of the glass, the speaking of the names, the shared silence that followed the drinking of it tasted like belonging, like being part of something larger than observation, larger than classification, larger than the careful, efficient archival systems of the hegemony. It tasted like love, the kind that persists, the kind that refuses to be archived. Rosa reached across the table and covered my hand with hers the way she had covered David's hand when he spoke of his son. She did not say anything. She did not need to. Outside, the waves broke against the northern shore, steady and patient, and in a small kitchen in Reconstruction Zone 15, an alien sat at a human table and held a human hand and understood, finally, what the toast was for. It was not for the dead. It was for the living, who loved so fiercely that even death could not make them stop.